Please be seated. Good morning and welcome one and all to the International Conference on Advances in Forensic Science, ICAFS 2025. Science is often distinguished from other domains of human culture by its progressive nature. In science, there exist clear standards for identifying improvements and advances. Conferences are one such clear standard where scientists, academicians, and working professionals converge to share ideas and deliberate on new thoughts and move on with clearer and guided visions. The Department of Forensic Science, Kristu Jayanti College, cordially welcome each one of the delegates to this conference and hope the scientific sessions, the deliberations, and the presentation will benefit each one of you. Prayer is a way of acknowledging man's need for the Almighty's grace and guidance. It is essential to request God's blessing when we begin each endeavor. As we begin the conference proceedings, I invite the Kristu Jayanti College Choir to invoke God's blessing with an invocation song. A warm welcome is the universal language that transcends all cultures and boundaries. Now I request Dr. Kristu George, Dean, Faculty of Sciences, to welcome the gathering.
Honorable Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, the Chief Guest, Father Dr. Augustine George, Principal, Kristu Jayanti College, dignitaries on and off the dais, distinguished resource persons, delegates, faculty members, and dear students. It is a privilege to extend a warm welcome to all of you to this International Conference on Advances in Forensic Science, being organized by the Department of Forensic Science, Kristu Jayanti College, in collaboration with the University of Philippines, Manila. The theme of the conference, Interdisciplinary Collaboration in Advancing Forensic Science, could not be more relevant in today's context. As crime grows increasingly complex, the boundaries between forensic disciplines continue to blur. The integration of cutting-edge technologies, from artificial intelligence and digital forensics to molecular biology and chemistry, demands seamless collaboration among scientists, law enforcement, legal professionals, and technologists. By embracing an interdisciplinary approach, we can enhance forensic accuracy, accelerate investigations, and uphold justice more effectively than ever before. As we commence with the proceedings of the conference, it is an immense honor to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, a trailblazer in the field of forensic science. Madam holds the distinguished title of being the first eminent lady forensic scientist in our country, paving the way for future generations with her dedication, expertise, and remarkable contributions. Beginning her illustrious career in the early 1970s, Madam has been a pillar in the advancement of forensic science. Her tenure as the director of the Directorate of Forensic Science Labs in Maharashtra was marked by significant strides in crime investigations and forensic methodologies. Today, as the CEO of Helik Advisory, the first certified private forensic lab, she continues to shape the landscape of forensic science, bridging the gap between science and justice. Ma'am, your presence amidst us today is an honor and inspiration to all of us. On behalf of the management and academic fraternity of Kristu Jayanti College and the delegates, we express our deepest gratitude to our chief guest for gracing this occasion with her invaluable presence. It is with great joy we welcome you, Madam. I invite our principal to present a sapling and welcome our chief guest. Behind every accomplished individual stands a pillar of support, and we recognize and appreciate the unwavering encouragement that family provides in the pursuit of excellence. It is a pleasure to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Krishnamurthy, who has graciously joined us for this inaugural ceremony. Hearty welcome, sir. As a passionate leader and a steadfast supporter of the Department of Forensic Science, the guidance and encouragement of Father Dr. Augustine George, Principal, Kristu Jayanti College, have been instrumental in fostering academic excellence, research innovation, and collaborative initiatives. His unwavering commitment to the growth of forensic science education has been a source of inspirations for both faculty and students alike. It is a joy to welcome you, Father. Mr. Don Caro, the head Department of Forensic Science, has been at the forefront of driving innovation and excellence within the department. His commitment to elevating academic and research standards through passionate initiatives has played a pivotal role in shaping the department's growth and impact. A grateful welcome to you, Don, sir. The tireless efforts of the conveners of the conference, Ms. Devi and Dr. Nandini Katare, in organizing every aspect of this conference, from curating insightful sessions to ensuring a seamless flow of events, are truly commendable. They have set the stage for meaningful discussions, knowledge exchange, and collaboration. A hearty welcome, Devi ma'am and Nandini ma'am. Resource persons from eminent institutions in India, United Kingdom, Philippines, and Malaysia will enlighten and inspire our delegates today and tomorrow. Their presence, physically and virtually, is truly invaluable. As experts and thought leaders in their respective fields, they bring with them a wealth of knowledge and experience that will undoubtedly enrich the discussions. With gratitude, we welcome Dr. Ankit Srivastava and Dr. Vandana Vinayak, who are gracing this inaugural session, and to all the resource persons of the conference, a hearty welcome. It is truly an honor to have such a distinguished gathering of delegates, united by a shared passion for advancing forensic science. Your presence, whether in person or online, enriches this conference. The diverse perspectives and expertise you bring will undoubtedly contribute to the success of this event. On behalf of the academic fraternity of Kristu Jayanti College, I extend a cheerful welcome to all the delegates. Our faculty members, with their invaluable expertise and mentorship, continue to inspire and guide the next generation of forensic scientists. And our students bring curiosity, energy, and innovation to this field. I'm delighted to welcome the faculty members and students of the Department of Forensic Science. I once again welcome one and all, As we participate in this conference, let us reaffirm our commitment to working together for a more efficient, reliable, and scientifically advanced forensic ecosystem.
Dr. Kristu Jayanti, Dean, Faculty of Sciences, is a beacon of leadership for our deanery, guiding us with his wisdom and dedication. We feel honored to welcome Sir to this conference. Welcome, Sir. Light dispels darkness. Light is a universal symbol of truth and knowledge. A ray of light symbolizes removal of darkness and instilling knowledge, guidance, and coexistence. Light is also a symbol of good beginnings. I now request the dignitaries to inaugurate the conference by lighting the lamp. I also welcome Ms. Helik from Garden University, Bengaluru, representing delegates to join in for lighting the lamp. Thank you, dignitaries. Now I request Ms. Nandini Katari, the convener of the conference and Assistant Professor, Department of Forensic Science, to present the prelude to the conference.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It is with great honor that we welcome you to the 4th International Conference on Advances in Forensic Science, ICAFS 2025, organized by the Department of Forensic Science, Kristu Jayanti College, Bengaluru, in collaboration with the University of the Philippines, Manila. Forensic science stands at the intersection of scientific inquiry and the pursuit of justice, evolving rapidly with the advancement in technology and interdisciplinary collaboration. Recognizing the importance of knowledge in this dynamic field, ICAFS serves as a golden platform to bring together forensic professionals, academicians, researchers, and students to engage in discussion on emerging trends and groundbreaking research. This year, the conference is centered around the theme Advancing Forensic Science through Interdisciplinary Collaboration, emphasizing the transformative role of multidisciplinary approaches in forensic investigation, crime scene management, forensic toxicology, DNA profiling, and legal frameworks. In this 2-day conference, we are honored to host 1 keynote session and 5 technical sessions delivered by renowned experts from academia and industry across the globe, offering diverse perspective on contemporary forensic challenges. On the first day of the conference, Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, CEO and Director, Helik Advisory Lab, Mumbai, will be sharing her insight on changing face of forensic science, addressing the evolving methodologies and technological advancements Shaping Forensic Investigation in her keynote address. In Technical Session 1, Dr. Vandana Vinayak, Assistant Professor, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, will present on diatoms as silent witnesses, unlocking aquatic mysteries in forensic science. She will be emphasizing the role of forensic limnology in drowning investigation and noteworthy case studies. In Technical Session 2, Dr. Lata Gautam, Associate Professor, Angela Ruskin University, Cambridge, United Kingdom, will discuss advancing evidence-based practices on drink spiking, shedding light on this emerging forensic and public safety concern. On day 2, in Technical Session 3, Dr. Pramod Bagli, Chief Medical Legal Officer and CEO, Viti Charman Group Malaysia, will present on no-cut virtual autopsy, findings and correlation with crime scene evidence for delivering justice. He will be illustrating the integration of virtual autopsy with forensic case analysis. In Technical Session 4, Dr. Ankit Srivastav, Associate Professor, West Bengal National University of Judicial Sciences, will elaborate on DNA technology for forensics, promoting justice in the 21st century, underscoring its pivotal role in crime investigation and justice system. In Session 5, Dr. Ma Teresa G. de Guzman, Professor and Dean, College of Arts and Sciences, University of the Philippines, Manila, will be explaining the role of behavioral science in forensic investigation, exploring the intersection of forensic psychology and criminal profiling. In addition to these expert-led sessions, the conference will feature an extensive lineup of research presentations. A total of 87 research papers will be presented, selected from 104 abstracts comprising 43 oral and 44 poster presentations representing 30 institutions across India. On day 1, there will be 6 concurrent sessions, and on day 2, there will be 4 concurrent sessions for paper and poster presentation respectively. Furthermore, more than 100 delegates will be attending this 2 days conference. This academic congregation represents a significant opportunity to foster interdisciplinary collaboration, engage in thought-provoking discussion, and contribute to the advancements of forensic science. So let's actively engage and make the most of this enriching experience while we embark on this journey of academic excellence and forensic innovation together. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The prelude has given us the overview of what the conference would encompass. Father Dr. Augustine George, Principal, Kristu Jayanti College Autonomous, is a leader and guide for us all and a great motivation to each one of us at our department. I now invite Father Dr. Augustine George to deliver the presidential address.
Most respected Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, Chairperson and CEO, Helik Advisory Limited, Mumbai, Maharashtra, the chief guest of the day, Dr. Kristu Jayanti, Dean Faculty of Science, Mr. Don Kero, the Head Department of Forensic Science, Professor Devi S. and Professor Nandini Katari, and conveners of this international conference, most respected the resource people from the different universities, and delegates, faculty members, and my dear students. I'm very much pleased to be the part of this international conference organized by the Forensic Science Department. And this is a 17th international conference in this semester because 17 departments that we have. Each department is very keen to organize one national conference and an international conference along with the academic programs. So the last department to organize international conference in this particular this semester. I was part of all the international conference as well. Very happy to see that we have the right people, the blend of the academicians, the researchers as a part of this program. I'm very much taken by the presence of Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy as the chief guest of the day. I'm so happy to listen to him when he started, his studies and the work in the forensic science long back, and he could establish 3 major forensics lab in the country, and the presence here today is a testament of her commitment to this area, and moreover, I may say that is inspiration to all the youngsters sitting here. Thank you, ma'am, for joining with us today. That speaks a lot. I do appreciate the effort of the department to collaborate with many universities, not only from the universities in India, but the universities in the other countries as well, to make this conference truly international. Highly appreciate the leadership of Don Sir, faculty members, and obviously the energetic students for your contribution to make this international conference happens. I do appreciate the presence of the resource people for your accompaniment to organize this program. We are a very small, very young department, but they are maturing in all the level, not only in the areas of the academic, but to develop a research culture in the department as well. The forensic science is not merely a discipline. It is the backbone of the modern day justice. But I see the interweaving of the science, the law, and the justice that makes the forensic science subject or the program as something special and unique. It breathes, I may say, that the life into the evidence, give voice to the silent people, and make sure that the truth prevails. With every crime scene, every digital footprint, and every microscopic trace, and the forensic science expert rewrite the narratives of the justice. Gone are the days that the investigations are solely dependent on the eyewitnesses. Today, the science dictates the course of action to be taken for the justice, how they have to be precise with the kind of integration of the technology, and how they can make the proof more and more unambiguous. So the fusion of the biology, the chemistry, the digital intelligence, and artificial intelligence has paved the way for the forensic science department. So it is not simply or merely a tool, but is more than is the essence of the present the investigation as it is. I just going through, because I'm quite new to this area and trying to understand when you speak about what could be the advancement in the forensic science, the students who are sitting here are pretty good enough to explain many of the advanced areas. So happy to talk to many of the students during their exhibitions, so that they could conduct an exhibition here. They could present a lot of prototypes, the models, and they had the live exhibition as well. I interacted with many students. I'm overwhelmed by the kind of the understanding and what is happening right now, what is to be done, and what is going to be the future of the forensic science. My great appreciation to all the students of the forensic science department. And particularly, I'm so happy to see I still remember that that day one students are talking about is about the next generation, the DNA analysis. Not simply identify the suspect, but now we are able to regenerate what is that one? The genetic, the footprints of the person with the advancement of the forensic science, especially the advancement in the next generation, the DNA, the analysis. And another students are very particular to talk about digital forensics and cybercrime, the investigations, wherein the crime scene, they are finding the new front. The people who are doing the crime, they are doing the new frontiers. Every day is something quite new. I think they are the best smart people in the world. I still remember when I started my studying in the computer science, I started working with the DOS commands. That time we were able to break the code of the DOS and started rewriting something on it. Even the 90s, we could develop a small virus. I still remember the effort we had taken to develop a virus and inject into the core of the DOS, of the operating system of the computers at that time. But now we have the experts are there every day. What we see, we cannot imagine that how they are, that imitate even the normal people and try to steal the vital informations there. But we have to be more and more vigilant, and we have to surpass the intelligence of these people also. That means that we need to think out of the way of. We need to think the way that other people are thinking, and we have to be one step ahead as well. That means the forensic science is developing in that area as well. The biometric and the facial recognition technologies is going to be another thing. Just now, if you look at the face of each one, we see the differences. Just like the thumbnail is used to identify somebody else, the face is going to be the recognition point for the forensic science expert as well. So the development is happening in all this area, and that is going to be touched. Okay, while we have an international conference like this, happy to see that the kind of the areas that you are into it and high kind of expertise are coming here to talk to you. It's going to be a great the learning experience for the participants, mostly the students, the academicians, and all of us. So when we talk about the forensic science, we need to understand the great responsibility that we should have it as well. Mostly the ethical responsibility, the privacy of the people, that the data that we gather is not be reached to the hands of the culprits, and it has to be preserved with utmost privacy consent that we have it here. That means none of the evidence should not be tampered, or none of the evidence should not be used for that giving injustice to the people also. I think that is one area that we need to look into it as a student or expert in the forensics discipline. So I'm so happy to wish all of you all the best. Let this international conference be a true and eye-opening to all of you. Okay, these are the areas that we can step into it, and these are the areas the future is predicted, or the trajectory is given to all of us. And that is going to happen with the kind of the deliberations and discussion that is happening here. Contribute from your side. The contribution can be in any way, understanding raising the right questions, or having the discussion among yourself, or presenting your findings. The contribution can be any way. I wish all of you all the best. Before I conclude, I express our gratitude to the University of Philippines to collaborate with the Kristu Jayanti College. We have the resource people from the university as well. Happy to see that you are recognized the effort taken by the Forensics Department of Kristu Jayanti College, and we wish to continue the collaboration in the coming days as well. Wishing all of you, I remain, and once again, I'm grateful to you, ma'am, for joining with us today. That speaks a lot to us. Thank you all.
Dear Father, you have tuned us for a meaningful and worthwhile day of deliberations and discussion during this conference. Thank you, Father. I now call upon Mr. Don Caro, Head, Department of Forensic Science, to introduce the chief guest to the gathering.
respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce to you the chief guest for this conference, Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy. Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, a true pioneer and a leading light in the field of forensic science in India, and a personification of a lifetime dedicated to forensic science and justice. Dr. Krishnamurthy's journey began in 1974, when the very concept of forensic science was unfamiliar to most. Undeterred, she rose to become the nation's first eminent female forensic scientist, achieving the highest position in the field at the national level. Dr. Krishnamurthy's career is marked by groundbreaking achievements. As the director of Maharashtra's Forensic Science Laboratories, ma'am has established 6 world-class facilities, equipped them with cutting-edge technologies like DNA analysis, cyber forensics, lie detection, and to combat evolving criminal tactics and playing a significant role in transforming the forensic infrastructure. Ma'am has been instrumental in establishing 3 Institutes of Forensic Sciences in Maharashtra, nurturing the next generation of forensic science experts. She has also authored 2 books and over 110 research papers, sharing a vast knowledge and contributing to the field's achievement. Ma'am's expertise has been critical in solving some of India's most significant cases, including the 1993 Mumbai blast, the 26/11 terrorist attacks, and numerous complex homicides and scams. A sought-after speaker, Dr. Krishnamurthy has shared her insights in international conferences in 7 countries, fostering collaboration and knowledge exchange. Beyond her remarkable professional achievements, ma'am is a tireless advocate of forensic science and actively engages with media, participates in conferences, workshops, and is currently working on a book chronicling a 50-year journey in forensics. Her goal is clear: to bring forensic science to every sector of the society, contributing to a safer and more just world. Ma'am's dedication, vision, and unwavering pursuit of justice has earned her numerous accolades, including Best Forensic Director and Lifetime Achievement in Forensic Field Awards. Ma'am is an inspiration to aspiring forensic scientists and a testament to the power of perseverance and passion. We are truly honored to have Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy with us today. And with such an illustrious background, career, and experience, it is indeed an honor for us to have you in our midst. I now invite our chief guest, Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning, all of you. It's a great pleasure, Father George, Don, and other members of this college to invite me and share my experience with all my young friends and the faculties. As said, I had a great journey. Yes, I joined with the challenge, because I come from Nagpur and there were many appointment letter when I passed out my MSc in analytical chemistry. So in olden days, forensic science laboratory used to appoint pure science people only to do the work, give them training and do it. So to tell you, I had this appointment in Mumbai, whereas 2 other in Nagpur. And incidentally, my immediate boss was also from Nagpur. So he said, what a lady will do in the forensic. So maybe that is the triggering point I joined, though I was not very much for Bombay, because I had 2 appointment letters as lecturer in Institute of Science and Reserve Bank and other places. So dear children, the thing is what triggers you, what makes you, yes, I have to take this and this is my career. That is very important. So coming to the history of forensic, as all of us know, forensic is not a very new thing. It's hardly about 50 to 60, 70 years, I would say, when the first lab started in Calcutta, second in Chennai, and third in Mumbai. So earlier it used to be under forensic medicine department with doing only little bit of postmortems, viscera analysis and all. As the crime increases, the branches of the forensic expanded. And then it was separated as a forensic department and a home department in most of the states and central laboratories. Now, when this was going on, in the conferences, I can tell you Sagar is the first place where teaching institute was there, Dr. Maheshwari was there, and whenever we used to meet in the conferences, we always felt like any other courses of engineering or doctor, they have to study the whole engineering part and then do specialization. A doctor has to study the whole body, then do the specialization. Unless you know completely, doing only one branch is of no use. So initially, some of the university in the chemistry department started forensic science. Forensic science is not only chemistry, it is forensic physics, biology, accountancy, now so many, odontology, wildlife and whatnot and whatnot. Anything with legal is forensic. So it came up that we should have different forensic department and not attached to one branch of any science. With this, many of the universities and colleges started. And in many of the states, they did have, like Tamil Nadu, with under the Department of Forensic only, they started teaching things. So what we thought, why not to have an independent forensic institute? So after my retirement, people asked how we can go about to generate skilled forensic people to handle the different branches of the forensic. So that is how under the Department of Government of Maharashtra Education Department, we have 3 Institute of Science at Nagpur, Mumbai, Aurangabad and Nagpur, where Board of Studies was formed and we created a really well-defined courses for the forensic in all the branch of the sciences, including law, psychology, and forensic medicine and whatever it is. Then in 2009, in Gujarat, they started Gujarat Forensic University, where I am actively involved from then onward as an academic council member. In 2000, I think 20 or something, it went into as a National Forensic University. All of y'all have heard of National Forensic University? How many of y'all know? Good. So it is a university exclusively for forensic with all the branches and has lot of branches in many of the states now. I think in Karnataka and Dharwad you have that, and in most of the places we have it. So the teaching there is quite exclusive with all of the thing, and they have side by side one thing very nice is train all the government agency like income tax, GST, then police, the naval and the defense and all into forensic and the application of forensic in the particular domain. And now recently they have started even analyzing of the sample of forensic laboratory who are overloaded. So this is how the setup in our country is. Today seeing this huge campus with Don, who had been acquainted with me since long, having a beautiful forensic setup here. And as always said, it is for anything, upgradation and interaction is very, very important. And this type of conferences are the places where you interact with people, exchange knowledge, and come to know about what is the latest thing going on. And in forensic, very important thing is to have good training in hands-on training on real-time cases. So getting an attachment to the forensic laboratory is difficult because they deal with the crime cases and they don't want many outsiders to come. So for this, we are thinking, why not do the training in other institute who can provide such stuff. Now, another part of it, because all the forensic science laboratories are under government in India. And only the police can send sample to them. For a common man or a corporate, if they want any analysis of forensic, not sending to the police, we have no thing, no laboratory, authentic. Some of them have started without not knowing what forensic, just from net get something and call themselves forensic scientists. I'm happy there are institutes like this who are going to bring in real, authentic forensic people to help the common people. My aim is to take forensic to every sector of the society and to every common man. Why? From the time we get up till we sleep, everyone is encountered with some crimes. Crime can be post-event when analysis is done, proactive when you stop when it is happening, preventive to know how to stop a crime. So if we can do all these three, very simple, we can bring the society to some extent free from the crime. Every individual should know, if I am put in this circumstances, what is the first thing I should do. So how do we reach forensic to common people? It's you students who have to go. Don't think everyone will get a post in forensic laboratory. There are many, many opportunities for you all. Insurance companies nowadays have fraud or risk department where forensic people are required. In banks you have. In corporate they have started. Forensic psychology is taking a big thing. Why? Because a person commits a crime only when those activities happen in your brain. So why does a person, no one is born as a criminal, only the circumstances and the things brings him into do a act which is not acceptable in the society. It can be a white collar, economic crime, a heinous crime like murder or rape or whatever it is. No one is born. So this forensic psychology is really giving a scientific reconstruction to the whole case. You have some evidence in isolation. How do you reconnect it? This person only has done this. So forensic psychology is a corroborative evidence, though it may not stand in isolation. This is as far as crime is. But in psychology, nowadays, in all the organization, you have counselors. Why does an IIT student commit suicide? Only because he got less marks. So who can help them? You psychologists can help them. Why a tendency becomes like this? Why a person turns into a criminal with the person whom you love and cut them into pieces and whatnot? You have heard so many stories of such things. So if we can do a lot of projects for the society, how the personality assessment, skill assessment, so many things. Not force a child to go to engineering only when he has aptitude for something else. So forensic can take a lot of branches, and there are all the branches like auditing, your law, cyber law, every branch of thing. Instead, any activity involved with legal point is forensic. The moment, before no one knew that there is something like forensic auditing. Cyber law. Do you know now there is cyber psychology also? So every day, as yesterday we were discussing, I think Ankit sir said, just take a glass and you say forensic glass. Yes, we did one case of Leelavati where a glass was broken and put for a doctor. So they wanted to know who did it. So we did the glass comparison. And so anything and everything can be forensic. Today I can tell you, even any case can be new for me, even after doing 50 years of crime scene and whatnot and whatnot. So it's a learning science where you can really do anything and everything if you really wish, help the society. That is why I took to forensic, because you can reach out to the people. And I wish all my young students to come up in the best way, the way you feel, the branch which you like. Do the best. Do dedicatedly, be well educated in it. Don't go to net and copy paste or anything. Read books and get knowledge and do well. All the best to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your meritorious service to this ever-expanding field of forensic science. Thank you for continuing to share your knowledge, expertise, and helping the next generation of forensic scientists to grow and expand their horizons. Thank you for delivering an insightful talk. Your words will resound in our ears during the conference and beyond. Throughout this conference, we will be delving into groundbreaking research and innovative advancements in forensic science. And today, we take another step forward in our commitment to academic excellence and knowledge dissemination with the release of the Book of Abstracts. This publication is a testament to the dedication of our researchers, scholars, and practitioners in advancing forensic science through interdisciplinary collaboration. I request our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, to kindly unveil the Book of Abstracts for the International Conference on Advances in Forensic Science and present a copy to the principal. Thank you, dignitaries. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. With these thoughts in mind, I invite Ms. Devi S., convener of this conference and Assistant Professor, Department of Forensic Science, to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. A quote by Henry Ward. As we come to the conclusion of the inaugural session of the International Conference on Advances in Forensic Science, ICAFS 2025, I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have made this event possible. On behalf of Kristu Jayanti College, I extend our deepest gratitude to our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, CEO and Director, Helik Advisory Lab, Mumbai, Maharashtra, for graciously taking time out of her busy schedule to deliver the inaugural address. Your thought-provoking and inspiring words will undoubtedly remain with us as we navigate our professional journeys. Your presence here today has added immense value to this event. I now request Dr. Callistus Jude, Dean, Faculty of Sciences, to present a memento to our esteemed chief guest as a token of our appreciation. Thank you, ma'am and sir. We are deeply grateful to Reverend Father Dr. Augustine George, Principal, Kristu Jayanti College, for gracing this occasion with your presence and delivering the presidential address. Your unwavering guidance and continuous support inspire and motivate both the faculty and students of Kristu Jayanti College. Thank you, Father. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Callistus Jude, Dean, Faculty of Sciences, for your steadfast encouragement and valuable support. Sir has been instrumental in organizing and ensuring the success of this conference. Thank you, sir. I also wish to acknowledge and thank Mr. Don Cairo, Head, Department of Forensic Science, for your invaluable guidance, time, and support throughout the planning and execution of this conference. Thank you, sir. A special gratitude goes to my co-convener, Ms. Nandini Katare, who has worked tirelessly and with great dedication to ensure the success of this event. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to express my gratitude to all the faculty members of the Department of Forensic Science who have been instrumental in helping and guiding us throughout the organization of this conference. Thank you, dear faculties. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to the students of MSc Forensic Science program whose unwavering support has been invaluable in the run-up to this conference. Thank you, dear students. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude to all the delegates from various institutions for their participation in this conference. We hope that the discussions and deliberations today will enrich your experience and provide meaningful insights. Thank you all. Once again, I remain.
I sincerely thank Ms. Devi S. for your hard work and meticulous planning, which have been instrumental in the success of this conference. Thank you, ma'am. I now request everyone to please rise as the choir leads us in the college anthem, marking the conclusion of this inaugural session. Now I request the dignitaries to kindly join with the audience for a photo session. Please be seated. Ashtra. After the session, we'll be having a group photo at the admin block entrance. Please note the change. After the session, we'll be having a group photo at the admin block entrance. Our volunteers will help you to move to the venue. After the group photograph, we will have the tea served in the admin block staff pantry on the first floor. Please note the change in the schedule.
It's an absolute honor to welcome you all to this keynote session of ICAFS 2025, where we delve into the ever-evolving landscape of forensic science, a field that plays a pivotal role in the pursuit of justice and truth. The session we are about to witness is titled The Changing Face of Forensic Science, and we couldn't have asked for a more distinguished expert to lead this discussion. Our keynote speaker today is a trailblazer, a visionary, and a true inspiration in the world of forensic science. She is none other than Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, the first eminent lady forensic scientist of India, a name synonymous with groundbreaking advancements in the field. Dr. Krishnamurthy has had an illustrious career spanning decades, serving as the chairperson of CEO of Helik Advisory Limited, the ex-director of the Directorate of Forensic Science Lab, Government of Maharashtra, and a member of the Academic Council at the National Forensic Science University, Gujarat. Her contribution to forensic science are immense. She has handled high-profile crime investigations, pioneered DNA forensics, cyber forensics, voice authentication, narco-analysis, and brain signature profiling, and played a crucial role in solving cases like the 1993 Mumbai blast, the Telgi stamp scam, the 26/11 Mumbai attack, and many more. With over 110 research publications, 2 books, numerous national and international awards, ma'am has shaped the forensic science is practiced in India and beyond. Today, she continues to bridge the gap between forensic science, law enforcement, and the judiciary, ensuring that science serves the cause of justice. Now, without further delay, I request Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy to deliver her keynote address.
Hello, you all can hear me? So again, I'm going to take through a trip of my 50 years forensics. So it's going to be largely the different type of national, international level cases which have been handled under my supervision and some by me only. Let's quickly start with it because I think we have to stick to the time also. There are other important speakers here. Okay, next. Oh, okay. It's on? It's not working? This one? So, as they said, it is the director, means forensic laboratory from where my career started and I ended as director of the Directorate of Forensic Laboratory. I was the technical advisor for the Institute of Forensic Government of Maharashtra. And I always was a very active Senate member in Mumbai University where I emphasized on the forensic education. So the VC right now also remembers how I used to fight for that. technology. So it is the laboratory which used to do with the standard operating procedures, forensic analysis of the evidence, and give an independent report to the court of law. Now we in those days started educating the investigating officer, law officers, and other government officials who are involved with the crime and other things to know what is forensic. Now, in the process, we felt we should have skilled forensic students who can handle this rather than college from each branch and training them in all the branch of forensic. So that is how it started. As I earlier also mentioned, Sagar University was the first one to start the teaching institute. Now, we also like to give preventive forensic help to common man, how a crime has occurred in a particular situation and what precaution could have averted that rather than happening. So, social forensic is again a very big scientific support to the mass and the organization. Now, with the digital, everyone is exposed to some type of crime, or you can say civil crime or economic crime or whatever type of crime, or cyber crime and all. So everyone has to be knowing what exactly. If your thing is not working, you just move. I think it's not better. So now in Indian platform, the burden of proof is on the prosecutions. So we have what type of evidences, physical, virtual evidence. So what are the type of the evidences we have is direct, indirect, circumstances, and collaborative. And the type of evidence can be physical, human, or virtual. So with the digital thing coming, virtual has come into the picture. Next. So what is our forensic report were admissible earlier with 45 sections of the Indian Evidence Act, but now it is changed and it is 39(1). Here also, what is the definition of a forensic expert? Who can do the analysis of the evidence in a forensic way and submit the report to the court or any legal authority. So that is what the definition is. Next. Now, forensic is a multidisciplinary field where all branches of science are within this depth. What all it does, it gives us scientific evidence of the actual incident occurred. What happened and how it happened. Directly links the crime with the criminals. Fixes up which is the place of offense. Enlightens the mode of operandi, how it has been taken place. Establish the fact by the use of science, and hence it is cannot be denied by any court or any legal agencies. It is not time related. All of you know DNA of ages can prove a person innocent or convicted, whatever it is. So it is not time related. Any time it is done by a standard operating method and proved in the court of law, it can be given acquitted or convicted depending on the case. It's a very authentic tool in the hands of the judicial system, lawyers and investigators. Next. So these are the criminal justice system in India, where police is one part, forensic scientist is one, forensic medicine people are one, and the law officer or the judicial officer. Interaction between them at every level will be very, very important for high rate of conviction of the crimes. So today I'm just going to divide my talk into different parts. First, we will take academic what are the things happening, then modernization, then high profile cases, seminars, then training and workshop. Next. Next. So this is the Institute of Science, which I was the technical advisor, and it is in the Institute of Science, the Institute of Forensic Science, in which Homi Baba and all the solvers have been educated. It's a heritage building and a beautiful building in South Bombay. If you all happen to go to Mumbai, you can have it look next. So it was inaugurated by then Cabinet Minister Murali Devda. Then we used to have, like we all have now, national seminar with Shivananda, the Commissioner of Police then. Then we also, I always take interest in all the institute, whoever it calls me. This is Amity University, where we had a very good interaction and complete lectures on the advances in forensics. Next. So this is the academic council members of the National Forensic University, where all branch of people and Dr. Gaur also you can see are there, who are planning to see how forensic from all the angles, right from analysis, training and the services can improve. So many of the institutes are getting affiliated to NFSU to get a better, because it's right now one of the branches that requires lot of forensic people to join that, so that real forensic hands-on training can be given on real cases which have been done. Right? So what is the need? Urgency for the academic is we require to train people like in academic office, judicial academic, police academic, for better utilization of forensics. Then University Institute of Forensic Science for creating skilled experts, as we are doing right now throughout India. I think he is also doing a very good job in Calcutta. Update required to deliver quality education. We have to keep on updating. Education is something which needs to be upgraded with the latest techniques, the latest things which are happening around. So National Forensic University, as you know, is doing a lot of research, training, and a very active part there. So I can see they have the threat center for India, where any cyber threat is there, it is first indicated in the threat center. So because they get a lot of funds, they have all the type of instruments and facilities, and now they have started with the analysis also, so it gives a good exposure to the students also, how a case is done. So in this matter, I would like to say, our institute in Mumbai, Aurangabad, they are not allowed to go to the forensic laboratory because they only have crime articles and defense becomes a problem. Anyone is coming to your laboratory, how do we know you have not manipulated on that and what not and what not. So what we have done is now wanting education to bridge with the industry or people who can really train the students on hands-on cases. So Helik is now one partner for the government of Maharashtra to train students in hands-on training. Right now, we are signed with NFSU, one university in Hyderabad and Chennai, then Tata Institute of Social Services, which has a branch of forensics. Then lots of people right now, even Jain College students have come to us. So we'll be happy even if your students come for that program of 2 weeks or 3 weeks. To get hands-on training, we have moved court and seen crime created. We take them to the institute, we take them to the postmortem to show how postmortem center is. That will be of great news for the students. Next. So as you know, there are a lot of institutes, as I said, right from National Forensic Bureau. Now this DPR&D is also converted into LFSU Delhi. So this is how MIT University, so I have not included, this was prepared a little earlier. So many of the colleges have forensic as a subject, and some of them have the institutes, separate institute for forensic also. Next. So this is that national forensic. I do appreciate this, though there may be a lot of improvement in the teaching capabilities, but the setup is so beautiful. Dr. Vyas' view of setting a university is really wonderful. And because I go there every month, one is alternate month for the conference or for the meeting, I see how nicely it is. This education is the first one to start this convocation dress of Indian style. We were the first one to start. So board meeting is there, felicitation is there. Naveen sir, who is the head of cyber department, dean of the cyber department. Next. So this is that Delhi where workshops were conducted to many students. So have a look wherever such workshops are conducted, where you will get a good exposure to the cases which are done at different forensic laboratories. So this is Jessica is again an organization which does fraud and CA are mostly with them. So they also organized forensic meet, and we would really tell them how in economic crime forensic is of a great use. This is SNDP college that in Mumbai, a very big college only for women. Next. So now, coming after the institute, what is that? All the forensic laboratory you must have read many states, lot of pending cases are there. The cases are not being solved because forensic report doesn't reach in time. So the government is coming up. Is there any other laboratories which, like I have traveled 7 countries, most of the countries have authentic forensic laboratory where the government can give the areas to them and they take them. But in our country, hardly 1 or 2 are real forensic people who have started. Others are like anyone, he is BCom but starts a forensic laboratory and gives some handwriting or document report in the court. And if the case is convicted, though the report may not be in consideration, they call themselves as court certified forensic scientists. I think none of us are having such certificate, but they have it. So what is happening is, because the forensic is in a very big come up and need is there, many people are trying to enter it. Does it mean if more doctors are required, anyone can become a doctor? No. Unless you practice how to give injection, how you do any of the operational things. But forensic has become like that. There are people who are running institute and giving certification in forensic in hybrid mode. So the fun of it is you can learn science in hybrid mode. You can learn anything in hybrid mode has become a real joke. It's not a correct thing which is happening, and for this I was invited by the National Human Rights Commission. What can be done to have authentic forensic? We are likely to form one council, forensic council, where authentic people will register themselves and then start private. Yes, you need a lot of authentic forensic people, but you should get trained properly, you should get good exposures to see how you can do cases, join internship, join government laboratories wherever they are giving trainings. Once you are into it, then you can join. And always join authentic labs to get trained. Because there are many fake which are mushrooming like anything, and to the extent as we were talking today, take a hand and say you can get DNA in that. So the concept, because they have not studied, we have hard, with hard, this thing you have studied your PhD, MSc, then you have become whoever, physics or chemistry or doctorate, you study for 6 years a subject and then do that. How can anyone who has not studied and become this expert of forensic? It's very, very vague and we have to stop that one. And let's see how all of us require to take a part in this. So there are some of them, this ICAFS is the one which is running in, I don't know what, giving hybrid mode certificate for 60,000 per certificate. Next. So this is Helik where I started in a very authentic way, following the same standard operating which laboratory I had prepared. And we are very strict about bringing the report and giving, if some person comes to say, "Madam, I saw report here, so nothing doing, want you to take it otherwise." There are people who stand in front of us only the report because it is not as per their request. So, honesty is one thing you have to follow in the Never go down to anyone. When we worked in government, we had hard time people, minister calling up and saying, Baba, iska report jara change karta, aisa nahi chahiye. So, but at the same time, with respect, we have to talk to them. I still remember one case in which one of the ministers said, if I disrupt poisoning, if it is there, the person won't get the insurance. They are very well known to me. You just give no poison. So I said, sir, kitna hai uska insurance? It's 2 lakhs. I said, we'll do one thing, sir. Even I am ready to contribute. Let us contribute and give that 2 lakh to your person rather than changing the rate and bringing down the lakh. So after that, she became a very good friend of mine. So this is how, with great difficulty, you have to handle the government people. At the same time, you have to follow your morals. Next. So this modernization concept came in when there is reform of criminal justice system, where laboratories in our state laboratories were in a very, very poor condition. So from government of India, you used to get 50 to 75% of the funds, and the state government has to put only 25. And you get all the money. I could bring some 500 crores rupees for Maharashtra laboratories. And we could build all analytical grade, biological grade labs, and have next all very sophisticated instruments. Okay, so this is the setup of the forensic laboratory in the country. You have state central laboratory at Hyderabad, Calcutta, Chandigarh, Pune, Bhopal. Some of them are not very operational. CBI laboratory you have in Delhi, and every state has their own laboratory. You know your laboratory is there in Bangalore. How many of you know? As I said, Mumbai. Okay. Have you ever visited? No. Okay. Next. So this is in Maharashtra. We have Mumbai has office and Nagpur, Pune, Aurangabad, Nashik, Yatmal, and still more. Next. So they cater to that particular district, the regional laboratories. Next. So these are the different regional laboratories in Maharashtra. Next. So all of them got modernization money, and that is now all the equipment. And I made it a point, if it is an important instrument, the person who is operating will be sent to training. To believe it, people were sent to US and UK from government procure them. So as a head of the department, you have to also protect all your staff and see they get the best of it. In Maharashtra government, I was known as Janchi Ki Rani. I used to fight like anything for the funds and get the maximum. So these are the recent ones, even in Hana and other places where the main toxicology biology is done, or facilities are not there. Next. So in general, most of you must be knowing in any laboratory you have biology, toxicology, chemistry, physics, explosion, narcotic, petroleum products, physics, coefficient, ballistic, narcotic, there's brain, electrical oscillation of brain mapping, you can be polygraph, then speaker identification papers, cyber forensic, mobile forensic. In all regional laboratory, you have certain few, not all, but now they are added also. Right? So you see all the latest equipment procured under the modernization. Right from GCMS, LCMS, HPCL, then GCI, and GCL, then UV, HPTLC, every instrument in all the laboratory we have. Next. So this is the meeting with Justice Malimat in the reform of criminal justice system, where I was put as the person to target to get more funds for forensic. These are all directors of that time, and it was like if 100 is given, 98 will go to the police, only 2% will come to forensic. So then we started statistically showing how forensic report stands better in the court of law. One report can stand and give conviction, where hundreds of police verdict doesn't stand in the court of law. They are investigating people. We are scientific lab which gives independent scientific report. So we would give that complete justification. After that, 20% was allocated to forensic laboratory. Next. So after that, we did not stop. We said, as a manager, we do not have much of experience as an administrator. So all the directors were sent to this administrative staff college in Hyderabad, where only IAS and IPS officers are trained. And in those days, Dr. Rao made this program. For 2 weeks, 1 lakh was charged for each of this, and the central government paid for it. So what is required is you should demand what you require, otherwise government doesn't give. So you are selling us so much money, how are we going to handle? We have no training of administration. Directors are not given any administration training. So we want it. So this is how we were trained. After that, I did MBA in HR. Only to know what is the human resource doing in forensics. Next. So you all must be knowing Helik, the father of forensic DNA. He visited Mumbai. I was very happy with the setup we have and the type of the cases we have started with. Next. So this is an awareness center which we have created in the Maharashtra Police Academy. Because when the police are trained, they should know in what areas forensic is helpful to them. It should not be only running and PT training for them. They should also know how to use these modern forensic for their investigation. So this awareness center was done by FSL, and then Cabinet Minister Shivraj Patil inaugurated it. Next. So we also now have taken up cases forensic into film industry. Now I have heard of it. You have a very good scope in film industry. Piracy and whatnot. और स्टोरी रियल टाइम स्टोरी बताने का, ये टेस्ट ट्यूब वाला डीएनए नहीं सुनने का. So we were partners with the secret team. देखा क्या आप लोगों ने? So we were a partner for that. And Priti Jindal was with us because she was doing a project on DNA for the security of the buildings. So now many people come to know that forensic can be of a great useful. This is one of the areas where all of us can also have a good approach and job opportunity. Next. So I will go take you through some high profile cases. This Harman Baweja is making my biopsy, my life journey with a focus on 93 blast, how a lady can handle forensic. So all of you can see who you feel should be the heroine for this. Yes? बोलो मैं मुझे करती जाती how come the heroine who can explain better than mine? देखा वो तुम दे दे He's not acting now. I have suggested for Vidya Balan, I don't know what the director is. And इसका writing हो गया. Actually next week we are having a meeting where the heroine will be selected and titled. So you all can see the picture. Now at least someone coming and telling me picture forensic कुछ होता है और ladies उतना अच्छा कर सकते. All of you should see that. Next. So these are some of the cases. This 93 is a very, very important case for me because you all know I think some of you must not have gone at that time also. This was the case where terrorist activity took place in 12 critical structures within 1 hour. एक के बाद एक टूटते जा रहा था. No one knew what was happening. Next. So the very fact of this, I had to handle for 3 months. The group was made. People from other divisions were called. Scene crime was meticulously done. You know, explosive sites are like maddening. What to take, what not. You cannot take the whole thing to the laboratory. You have to take only. In those days, mobile and कुछ भी नहीं था. हैंडमेड हमने जो रिएजेंट बनाया उसको लेकर आरडीएक्स है क्या कुछ हाई एक्सप्लोजिव है क्या देखने का वो डेब्रिस को उठाने का and what not like this anything foreign material. In this particular thing, in car we saw the engines were like cut like a thing. Engine का gauges कितना ज़्यादा रहता है, but just see the cut it is. So you can imagine it's a very high type of explosive which was used. It's not an ordinary one. On top of that, this was one which was dismantled. So इसलिए हमको पूरा mode of operandi समझा. In all the car, there were these steel cut iron pieces which acted as bullet. 200 steel cut iron was kept and about 20 kg of RBS was there. And when it exploded, so 200 bullets were hitting people and that is why the damage is so high. And what was the detonator? Pencil detonator. Pencil detonator is the simple thing, like you have this pencil, on the top you have glass capsule covered with copper thing. In the glass capsule you have sulfuric acid of different dilution. And beneath you have lead, dilute, or multi-fulminate. Yeah, anything problem? I'm running out of time. No, I thought earlier. Okay. So now, when this copper is pressed, one wire which is under tension goes and hits the lead azide or fulminate and it detonates. What is detonation? A very high energy going in a very short time. High explosives explode only when it is detonated, not by hitting or putting on the fire or anything. So this was the pencil timer, which is a defense of this thing. So people then see that this was not a simple activity, it is a very big planned activity, and all the places have that. So from this, what we could find out, the car we could find out in which it was kept. The chassis number we found out and gave it to the police. They could see that it was bought by one fellow at Mellon. So that is how forensic report could lead to the identification of the terrorist. And by that time, they had left the country. And in that house, we could get one country in which RDX was there. And then after 1 month, about 200 kgs of RDX was retrieved from Raigad, which was near place. So all this profiling we did and the reports were at par with Interpol. And that is how we were called for discussing this case. And Dr. Rao and Dr. Vyas were of great help to me. They came, we went to the DRDO to get pure RDX. Pure RDX is white in color. It is mixed with carbon, powder and low oil. Then चपाती का आटा जैसा हो जाता है, जिसमें भर सकते हैं उसमें भर सकते। राजीव गांधी के केस में ट्यूब्स में भरा था और एक डिटोनेटर रखा और ऑन किया तो that lady got cut and whoever is near the blast effect is so great, the person dies. So that is how the damage is. So RDS can be made malleable by these combinations, put into any articles. Detonator can be either an remote or pencil timer or some other mechanical device. Next. So we got all there was some hand grenade that which we found TNT and CNT and other things. So this unexploded in the scooter was the key for us. What happened? They had put the pencil timer like this. There is inspection hole that got blocked with RDX. So this wire did not hit the leather light and there was no explosion. So that is how we got one intact which gave. So chemically the cast irons complete analysis was done, all the elements were same, size was same, and the mode of operandi for all the 12 was the same. So we would give a very good report on this. Next, there are a lot of cases we have to take. Next, we could present this in France and then we could go to Lyon also to give this. As I said, all the people worked for 3 months. They used to गालियाँ तो मेरी बहुत थे because I never we were we had anything. There is so many उधर ही काम करने This, after that in Mumbai on must have heard a lot of explosions. This is Sushil Kumar Sindhe died with an explosion in the locals. Normally that was 12, 71 and the combination is nothing but ammonium nitrate use करते, sugar use करते. So they really had chemists who could advise them what can give an explosion effect. Next. So this is again an explosion in dust, not much casualty, but endured by that. Next. This is in the marketplace in Village where potassium chloride sugar mixture was used. Right? This is the twin blast in front of DG office and Taj. You have heard of Mumbai Taj? There. So you can see the crater and the blackening. So RDX was used. In this case, what had happened before this incident, police had caught some 100 kg of RDX. So they were sure there is no RDX in Maharashtra right now. And when our report went, they were not very happy with it. तो मेरे के पीछे लगे कि वो आगे से आकर गलत है Can you do anything बाबा हमको जो रिपोर्ट आया है that देने वाले They made such a hue and cry, then that was sent to Chandigarh and वर्मा सब थे उधर and analysis हुआ उधर RDX मिला. And 11 o'clock, the chief minister received the report that RDX is present. He called me at 11 o'clock and said, I am very proud of him. So this type of like standing, though there was no pressure right from commissioner and पीछे लगे तो RDX नहीं हो सकता, मैडम को रिपोर्ट आप निकाल दो. So in forensic laboratory and government laboratory, or wherever you go, different government authorities have बहुत pressures होते हैं, but you have to face it. If you are doing a good job, you should stand up for your work. Next, this is the taxi in which it was kept. Mumbai will be blind. Next. So I am just showing because these are very important sight. Not everyone will be able to see because police don't allow everyone and only we have to collect the sample data. Next. So train 7 first class local trains were targeted. And here also, because they did not have RDX, they have used whatever little RDX they had, petroleum product, ammonium nitrate. And that was 209. Just see the damages. Yes, Burma have been done. So then I always used to interact with all people, कि आप भी आ जाओ एक बार. Let us have to get that so that क्या है नहीं है, we can find it out. So this is how the crime scene is managed and all proper samples are collected. And these are always done on priority basis because national level is important stuff. This is again in Malibu case. Same type of mixtures. Next. 2611 आपको ने सुना होगा. That was the worst thing we could see. Here, shooting plus RDX. RDX पहले डालना panic होने का and 10 people have come down. 10 critical places, hospitals, then Taj, Eden Hotel, BT, which is the terminal of the local. You could imagine, this is the Taj picture. I met the Ladalnath at that time. So he said, I'm not unhappy about the damage, I'm unhappy about the people who lost their lives in this picture. So many people were killed. Next. This is again the Taj. So beautiful, for so many lectures we had gone and then it was this condition. Next. This is Trident Hotel by shooting and all you can see. Next. So what did we get? We got RDX presence, electronic circuit revealed in the date and the time, CCTV footage, this is the first case where digital things came up. Picture of the terrorist could be there. GPS link showed that communication was going from the next neighboring country. DNA testing, they were wearing from code, from that we could get the DNA of the last one who was. So you can see this stood at the international platform to prove the case. Sometimes we say our country does not have the facility. We have the facility, not exactly what the Western country may have, but we do cases which can stand at the international level. This was presented at the international platform and we won the case that the countries were from the neighboring and these were the whole facts. Next. So this is the real pictures. This DNA match. Next. So normally solvent extraction for tests to start with, then HPTLC, GCMS, LCMS, GC ion scan, TLC, PLC, FTIR. Depending upon the nature of the cases, we have standard procedures. We have to do 4 to 5 first identification by color test, then by instrumental 3 to 4 we have to do so that we can stand in the court of law. You know, defense lawyer, they tell you, so you have to be very cautious while doing the cases. Next. So this is another very big celebrity case where Sandhya Singh, they're very rich celebrity in Mumbai. Her son was after her to transfer all the properties. So they have the tug of war, and he killed his mother and put her body in a forest where for while tracking the bones, and this was sent to the laboratory. We did the DNA, as you know, the missing person का DNA कर लेने का, and who was missing, the mother was missing. तो वो लड़का का किया. So he was the biological son. So that proved that it is the mother's. Now how was she killed? So we could get the mobile from that, the chat, deleted files were taken out, where he had chat, if you then don't transfer, I'll kill you. And all these could be proved in the court of law, and life imprisonment was given. Next. You know, the biggest precedent also, when the secretary had a problem, DNA could solve the problem, and we had to go in front of the science. Next, our Indian Neta who refused to recognize the sun, DNA could prove after a very long time. Next. So, how is DNA also used in disasters like September 11? DNA was done because the claimants are there. And in Delhi, you must be knowing, Dr. Rao and all of us were there. There was 4 kilometer line for the claimant. We declared that we are going to do DNA of the remnant. जिसका DNA match होगा उसी को मिलेगा. Finally, hardly 10 people were there. So these are the great miracles how in absence of anything DNA can play. Next at a very picture so this is again a Shakti Milka, the journalist was doing this, was a haunted place, like no one was there. So she was staying there and there was no eyewitness. Because being a journalist, the case was like brooding against her. And we had to do the DNA, we could really pinpoint out of the 3 who was the culprit and give the report within a week or so. Next. So this is that Nexalite case which I was saying in Nagpur. Nexalite entered some rich people for a house, killed 4 people and robbed about 2 crores rupees. In the process, they left one hanky behind. You know, Nexalite, they tie hankies. So from the spit, we could do the DNA, and it had very good number of loci also, which could be matched with the suspect and one of them. Then he opened out his all of were involved and the whole case. And the conviction took place only on this report. One DNA report convicted 4 culprits, and the justice said it's a landmark report. So forensic can play those which are really miracles. Next. So we have a lot of reports like in airport there was a day without any eyewitness within 8 months we got airport foreigners case. I think you all must be knowing in 6 months only because of DNA. Medical case gang rape only because of DNA this could be done. So there are many cases in which DNA played a part in absence of eyewitness or witness. Next. So all this new technique was done by me and R.R. Patil, our home minister was there, who was always very much for science and gave maximum points for us. Next. So whatever there is, as I said, this forensic psychology is a corroborative evidence. So very big cases like a serial murder case, there was nothing that he used to take a stone and hit people who were sleeping on the footpath. No one knew how it was happening. But then sometimes his blood matched with like 4-5 suspects when he was caught. So they did not have an idea he was opening his mouth. So we did lie detector. So we found that he is involved in the crime. Then finally narco was done and brain mapping where he only said his story that his mother was killed by a stone and that is why he wanted to take revenge. So psychology can bring the complete intention why a person commits a crime. And it correlates the whole case in a scientific way. This Puna Ninja case is also very important case. This girl is from Jammu Kashmir. She came to study Indian Puna symbosis. She got another Bible and she wanted to discard the earlier one. So they called the other fellow and took him to the temple and in the prasad, लड्डू जो होता है ना, उसमें आर्सेनिक मिला दिया. And she gave him. It was in such a high concentration. After some time he vomited. She only went and admitted him in the hospital when he died. She went and complained to the police also. Now, police did not have a clue at all. They came to us, क्या करेंगे, बिछड़ा हुआ तो आर्सेनिक इतना high मिल रहा है. But no one knew who gave him what, nothing. So then police tried better who was the last person with the victim. So she was the one. They said, क्या करेंगे, they said director. They asked me to the lie detector. Lie detector किया. Deception आया. You know what is the lie detector? Forensic psychologist talk to you? Huh? Yes. So, like in the brain, when you say something wrong, that is changes in the cognitive center. So normally it is all computerized. You have the BP files and the skin resistance measured. So when questions are put in the normal way, then taken to the event. And if you are involved, there is a changes in the cognitive center which gives you that. So that is how deception is there or not, we can find out. And then we collaborate with other techniques. So it can be connected. So she had that, we could do it. Then the bag was found where traces of arsenic was there. The shop receipt was there because arsenic is available in medical shops. It seems. Usko connectivity. So you see how all the connectivity led to the and life impression. So likewise in many we could tell these scam मालूम है इसका भी एक सीरियल भी आया मालूम है ना 203 but he has not mentioned the forensic बुरा लगा आप लोगों को I called up that Hiranandani who is the director of this साहब ये बहुत अच्छा सीरियल बनाया आपने then I asked him आपको मालूम है कैसा सॉल्व हुआ करके तो इसने वो तो नहीं मालूम but I did the serial ऐसे भाई इसको एक फोरेंसिक के बॉडी में भेज कर ये सब एनालिसिस हुआ उसके बाद उसको कन्वे किया गया अच्छा ऐसा है क्या फोरेंसिक कहाँ पर है आपका लैब So this is the ignorance in the common people right now. 2003 recent serial which tells about theory but not a mention of forensic. And this whole case was done in Mumbai because what Telly was doing for 3 years, it started in Bengaluru. वो स्टैम्प पेपर का मशीन जो राइट ऑफ करते हैं उसको खरीद लिया जो अंडरस्टैंड हिंदी बिकॉज आई एम टेम्प टू टॉक इन हिंदी आल्सो so the right of machine was bought by him and he managed to rob the papers so he started printing stamp papers in the court every day stamp paper is coming but there is no sale in the government for 3 years. When audit was done, government found no sale of the stamp papers. But when asked in the court, stamp papers are there, who is doing this? So some vendors who used to sell, when they caught him, they said this is the person that one by one they reached to tell me who is doing this. So then all the stamp paper was brought to us. We could do about 30 features. Features were more or less same, but the ink which he used was different because he couldn't get the ink which was used in the printing press at Nashik. We went to Nashik, उधर से original printing लाया, उसको इससे कंपेयर किया and with all these, all India, all KD came to us and we could solve the problem. So along with the stamp paper, who was that could be done only because of forensic psychology, lie detector, narco analysis, all that was done in Bangalore and brain market. So this is another one case where very good college where the teacher was abused by the student because he used to scold her that he is sexually harassing me. So the management was very unhappy about it. They just immediately said what can be done. So we said we can do the lie detector for the girl also because she was about 16 and for the teacher also. So we found the teacher was innocent, but the girl has disruption in telling lies that the teacher was harassing. So this is how the lie detector could save a teacher from false allegation. Next. So again, this is a CCTV case where one of the lorry was carrying idols of crores of rupees. The driver started diverting somewhere and wanted to rob it, but the police could get the photos and from the number plate we could identify and immediately arrest was made. So you all are doing CCTV footage and all, taught in your digital forensic. No, play by play if you see, then even picture which is taken in dark can give you what next. Picture which are drawn in the lake, even those pictures can reveal the clear numbers and other things by CCTV footage analysis. Next. So I'm going to take more of case to give you all an example how forensic can be used in such a wide thing. Next, let us hurry up now, please. So this is another case in which a foreigner was carrying brown sugar in capsule. One of it broke and he was unconscious. This was sent to the laboratory. Such cases have to be done on top priority. Immediately we could identify it was brown sugar and he was rescued. Next. So this was the captions you can see. Next. So this is the event which happened in BRC laboratory. Two people were charged to that only the skeleton was found. Actually, the room was, the lab was painted and there were many inflammables. And then Baba Atomic Research Center and all, they work for a long time, they stay overnight, no one knows who is working where. It was a closed room where the incubator had a break-in milk, and because of the fumes, it caught fire. And because there was no oxygen, the fire could not sustain, but there was fuming. So all over, blackening was there, and carbon monoxide was produced by this. When you inhale carbon monoxide, you faint very soon. They could shout also. And because there were so many chemicals, the heat was so much, all their muscles, everything was burned, only the skeleton. It was a huge cry because Baba Atomic Research Center is a critical place where such an accident will happen. They wanted to know what exactly happened, so we could really give the complete analysis of how it happened. And fire cases is known as an incident where the evidence is burnt out and still a forensic scientist has to find out what is the cause of fire. Have you ever seen a fire case incident? Well, it could be Bangalore fire that we have heard of it, how it is analyzed. So I think such type of exposure is very important. How do we go about? We can go into detail later, maybe sometime, and Ankit sir can also say many things on this. Next. So this is again a government organization when the employee wanted to mask something, he threw something and kept it with a very simple thing. Unlike UV, you can read everything in document. Next. 80 rupees made to 36,000. So these are simple things which are done in the government division. So this is that technique is when we use video spectrography and STA, the complete stamp analysis. You can see the genuine and ISPA comparison, design, hue of the ink, everything was done. And all the cases of India was done in our and only on this basis he was convicted. This is again a very important case where hit and run was there and 112 milligram percent alcohol was found, but because there is no eyewitness, he was left out. So we made a UN cry, paper में मेरा आता ऐसा है 112 has been found. High Court made a suo motu case में से लिया गया and punishment was given. See, it is always like that. One case convicted stops 10 cases. जब एक को मिलता है punishment तभी others will not do. Still, सलमान खान के केस हमने दिया पॉजिटिव पर कुछ नहीं हुआ. So some of the seminars and all we just see, so this was Padma Award which I received along with my Jayanti Mala and Chitra, all must be knowing the name. So it was an honor. This is in London when we gave honor for the psychological methods and they were happy to see the type of cases we saw next. So this is again in Paris and Hong Kong where explosion cases were shown and the cases were taken so high we immediately they printed the international conferences. Next. So this is API Chicago where we have visited and saw all the techniques they have. Next. And they invited talk was given. Next. Everyone knows Dr. Lee. So he's a good friend of me. We went in China during the international conference. Next. Our industry minister, Rani Deep, he was there where I was explaining the importance of forensics in industry. Now in industry, most of the accidents happen because of ignorance. Like in a textile mill, the generator is kept near the loop and the fibers and all. When a spark comes, the diesel is there, it takes fire, whole thing gets fire and crores of rupees go. So they have to barricade it. So we normally go to the scene crime, do the scene crime, and also say what is the preventive thing they can take up. This all was done by Helik. Next, he had asked me for a proposal how to connect into industry, which will again open out a lot of scope for all the students. So this is, I had always a habit to invite all the people, Pachri Chakra, DG or Mira Boman, unless you tell them what is your difficulty, what is your necessity, no fun will be happening. So this I was very good at doing. So this was the first conference where Advani साहब deputy PM थे तभी बुलाया था. So this was like परसों कैसा करता है आने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे. I called 30 times. Last 30 call he said yes madam I'm coming. Don't call me anymore. So all the directors and everyone here is Justice Malimat, Vilasrao Deshmukh, Bhujbal and we have a cleaner. In those days, every year, forensic laboratory used to have a national laboratory and every laboratory used to conduct one. Maharashtra, so this is again in the Institute of Science, we had an exhibition in Delhi where we got the prize and had the opportunity to take a picture with the President BBG. Next. So these are the different celebrities to whom how to talk of forensic is important and give us money for that and respect for us. Next. So we always interact with all the IIT, DRC, so that we keep up to this. Now another big area coming is nuclear forensics. As we know, nano technology is also coming up in big way. So here also we should see what else. So the students are open for such different type of areas where you can think about, grow yourself, and do research in these things. Next. So again, this is nanotechnology in and we have a conference that the experts from Israel was there. Chief Justice Chavan, basically Chavan now is Supreme Court is joining. Next. So this is Women's Day celebration at NSSU next. Do you all have Women's Day celebrations? Huh? Dawn song है अब वुमेन डे से सेलिब्रेट करते हैं बच्चों क्यों है हम लोग को एनकरेज नहीं करेंगे तो कैसा होगा टेकिंग फोरेंसिक नो उस पे कह रहे हैं और ये बात टेकिंग फोरेंसिक टू कॉमन पीपल I go to all the NGOs I go to everyone कि छोटा छोटा क्राइम में क्या कर सकता unknown person if he comes to your house what you should do. If a girl is caught by something and the man policeman is there, what is your right? Ask for a late protest. One rape happened in Mumbai like this. So you can give example and say, what are your rights? Now ये cyber arrest जो हो रहा है, no government will call you, no NCB, no income tax, so no person will call you on your phone that something illegal is in your account or whatever it is. ऐसा कभी भी होना है, mainly the target are senior citizens. So you have to know what are do and don'ts and what type of crimes is prevailing. And you common people, students should take this to the common people so that crime can stop. You can prepare this do and don'ts and talk to the common mohalla clinic or क्या क्या होते रहता है उसमें. If you are go and tell how you can prevent yourself when you are into circumstances of like some crime type. So what precaution you should do. Next. So these are all different types of awards which have been given, and I really thank for all the appreciation I got. Next. Next. So this we will just go in short, right from the judges. उनके सामने बोले पहले उनको सिखाना चाहिए because unless the judges understand what is the importance of forensic, it's no use. We can't run. If you have to run your forensic organization, importance of this organization should be known to the people who are using it. So that is how we used to conduct a lot of workshop for the judges at Supreme level, Supreme Court level also next. This is family court. Nowadays family court is the one where all digital evidences are there. Husband, wife, fight, digital. Recording, digital. Everything digital. And evidence in family court is only digital. Next. So police training is also very important because they are the person who take the heinous crime to the lab. Next. So again, DNA we had a international conference. Next. So Supreme Court narco analysis, narcotics paper. Next. So this shows how we have to, Dr. Vyas, myself, given lecture in the judicial. So this shows that connectivity with all the agencies is very important, and then only opportunities for us and all the setups can be improved. Next. So crime against women by Krishna Party our ministers. Next. This is at BRC workshop on neutron activation. Next. So recently I said Institute of Science, and this is with me for 50 years. So the Vice Chancellor of the Holy Baba is there. Next. 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 So we are Helik, I made it not a personal oriented. So we have research lab recognized by NSSU and all our things are monitored by them also. It should be system oriented. Then I also certificate as usual. Next. So what are we doing next? Mobile forensic van also we did with NFSU. Next. Because after Arushi case, you know why Arushi case had a drug problem? Any one of you? Huh? The evidence was of tamper. So proper collection of the sample, forensic scientists cannot do anything. Forensic crime scene is the backbone of forensic scientists. So what is the important thing? The mobile forensic van recently, we have all the kits. You can test for yourself which is what and carry the actual sample because once you go, the crime is disturbed. Second time you cannot get. Like any other pure chemistry people, we are not lucky enough to get everything pure. It's all concoction mixture mixed with so many things, and only one time you get it. And analysis also you have to be so careful because if you lose in analysis, you don't have anything to do for the second test. Next. So this is mobile where we had, and in Maharashtra we have 45. So here I went and really argued with the Home Secretary, saying institute students should be taken in the mobile van as scientific people. And then onward, now they have started that. Because unless you are trained, where will you get a job? And some government, if the government or an institute, they should get the opportunity to work. So that is going on next. Let us hurriedly take, I think, only few more are there. I have already lost my time. Yes, come on. So these are the all type of cases you can always see here on the website and you will come to know. Let's go hurriedly now. Few cases, these are fine. Next. These are the divisions we have. Next. So this concept of corporate forensic I'm bringing in because corporate people shy out to go to police. But any in-house threat is happening, they just follow it because they don't want to go to the police. So this concept has brought about where they bring the cases to us and it's wrong. We enter into MOU, we will not reveal the name or anything of that. And right now we are doing a lot of cases of corporate. So we will hurriedly go on to one or two or not much next. So इसके बाद वाला जो है I have already told you about the fire case. This was the one next. हाँ इसमें ये टेंडर में क्या हुआ था ये यूपी का टेंडर था तो in-house people has manipulated the tender. Last moment में 2 minutes के पहले एक गया that was the L1 but they manipulated and उसके ऊपर का जो है उसको L1 दे दिया था. So the whole thing came to us and how it had entered 2 minutes before that we could reveal to it. Digital analysis. पूरा retrieve करते. So this is for common people we are giving forensic service. Next. This is again I think on the IP complete. In-house people now get in most of the fields. So they have access to everything. They keep on changing the IP properties to others and parallelly another company when they get to know some the same type which we are having. They sent all the laptop to us. We would find out at what time and the plans were from the daily paper. Next. So start to transition of the Saif Ali Khan ke case mein also we gave opinion. So this is very important, and it can be of many things. Seven individuals who are involved, as you know, skull has a very typical thing, anatomical features, your forehead, your eyebrows, nasal formation, jaw, lips, so many things, and combination of that is your skull. So it is identical for every person, I would say. And digitally we can do this, and many of the cases have been solved by sculpture implementation. Is that a conversation next? This is again a very important case done by CBI, where they suspected terrorist which chat, it only had picture. So they were suspecting something was beyond that. Yes, technography करने के बाद we would get the time, date, and location for their next activity. So such important messages can be given when in time it is done. Next. एक ऑलमोस्ट बैंक में 94 crores पर इसमें क्या किया प्रॉक्सी सिस्टम क्रिएट किया और एटीएम क्लोन कर दिया and they were withdrawing money, overwatching the system of the bank. And then the system हमने 2 दिन के बाद देखा सैटरडे संडे के बाद 94 crores were gone. तो बाद में उसका पूरा डिटेल निकाला तो it was done from UP, some village. So such activities can happen. Next. This is again a call center where they used to send this notice to all the foreigners that you are held in some IT dues and all, and if you pay so much, you will be exempted and all like that. And people started paying in dollars to these people. Finally, they came to know that this was all fake. Next. So this is a fingerprint in a company. By fingerprint, they were giving 60 retired people still continue to get the pay. There were accounts which are breaking, so they found that how there are only certain 160 2%, but 60 more taking the retired person used to give the fingerprint and get the money. So these are like inertia type of cases. Next. So this is how the fingerprints are done. You know, studying about fingerprints, this is all. So I won't go into much technical detail because I want to tell you more about the cases which have been handled. Of course, say needs के next इसमें बताती हूँ. You know that cut paste क्या होता है? Cut paste signature, the document you have studied. Next. So when it is cut paste, the variation is 0. Any variation is 0. If it is your own signature, natural variation varies from 10% to 20%. Now, books में इतना नीचे में कोई नहीं दिया. So what one should do a pilot experiment in the laboratory. Cut test में take about 50 samples and see, you will get variation only 0. Natural इसमें 10 बार एक को sign करने का and then find out what is the average for at least 20 people, you will find 10 to 20. If it is a fraud, it is about 50. So that such type of statistical this thing gives more weightage to the signature variation. So we did a case of this type, and the court has really appreciated for the calculation. Next. So this is another very sad story. See, some senior citizens sold their house in Mumbai. Demand not they got. When they went to the south, some function was in the house. So they didn't encash that. The bank people know, so it is always a crime happens when in-house people is involved. So one of the bank fellows told the fraudulent, I give you one demand draft, you fill in the same thing and draw the money. So he drew the money in Maharashtra or Bangladesh or somewhere. And when these fellows went to this withdraw, they said, you have already drawn, give us a draft. Then that original draft and this fake one was sent to us and we could next find out all the differences in the demand draft, how the line was, length, forms, all this document examination was done. And the person who was involved in-house, he was caught and the fraudulent and the money was given. Next. So these are all different types of minute, this thing you have microscopy and high magnifications are there where you can find out all the differences. Which by making, you know. Next. Next. So as I said, this is the measurements. You do this BP, then skin resistance, pulse and all for that. And it is something that is next. So in this I can tell you, this is the graph you get it, that is deception. Okay. So now I am to hurriedly say you can pass on. There was a big company where IB threats were there and about 70 people working in that. So it was a huge loss to them. They did the lie detector for 70 people, right from director to the attendant. 6 people whom they were suspected had deception. Then we had a conversation with us, our psychologist. They agreed what they did and written consent was given. Written thing was given that we did this on this place. So it's a big company, they just threw them off and they really appreciate it. The Salman Khan's sister soldier was lost. उनके एक in-house है उनका किया. The 2 persons were found to be having deception and they brought the soldier back in. So many private cases we do for lie detector. Such a got interesting cases for all of you. It was a long marriage and the man was working in a color company. उसकी शर्ट में एक pink stain. So the wife was pregnant because she couldn't ask him anything, but internally she was pregnant. And her BP was very high. So the doctor was worried if you is not BP number. So that fellow came to us, बोला मैम आप सामान करता हो तो ये कलर है honestly she is not opening out but her BP is. I said, भाई रमन विमान कर सकते हैं, बस इतने कॉस्ट में 4 lakh 5 lakh, तो either BRC or NFS or ऐसे. Then I said, I have another technique where we can find out whether this is true or not. We explained to them like this. The lady was comfortable with that. They did, and he had no discussion for the question that are you in relation to anyone? Is this a lipstick stain or a color stain? Believe it, next time she went the BP care. No. So children, very funny things we do and I really enjoy it. And which I was a business scale that now and we help out the people and enjoy doing it. I always act with 20, 30 and I am 76. So we enjoy working with young people. Next. अभी आप हरिटी ले लो जो भी था मैंने बता दिया आप लोगों को. So I think I should end now. अभी क्या करिए हाँ. So I don't shy off. I say I give podcast and I give lot of things so that people should know what is the thing going on in this particular field and how it can help all the common people, all the sector of the society. Okay. Now we are starting next. तो जैसे सैफ अली खान का बहुत क्या हमारे लाइव में आकर कैसे करते क्या करते नेक्स्ट इवन दे और how are people do the fingerprint and all. So these are the intern people now with NFSU or other organizations. We allow them to do things and make them feel how they can work also with it. Next, we are also starting using AI for training and we are empaneled with Government of Maharashtra as an industrial training center for tourism. So thank you for listening for my words.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful presentation. We will now open the session for questions. Delegates, please raise your hands if you have any questions and stand on your seat and ask the question. If online participants are having any questions, they can send the questions in through the chat box. Thank you, ma'am. It is my privilege and honor to extend a heartfelt thanks to our esteemed chief guest and keynote speaker, Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, CEO of Helik Advisory Limited. Ma'am, your insights have given us a fresh perspective on how forensic science is continuously adapting to new challenges, integrating cutting edge technology, and playing an indispensable role in modern crime investigation. I now request Mr. Don Cairo to present MAM with a token of appreciation. Truly grateful for your time and expertise, ma'am. Thank you once again for gracing us with your presence and for your valuable contribution to this event. We look forward to more opportunities to learn from you in the future. Thank you, ma'am. We will begin the technical session one shortly. I request the delegates and speakers to join in for a group photo session in front of the admin block, followed by tea. Students can directly proceed to staff pantry for the tea and come back here within 10 minutes. There will be a sheet circulated for attendance. Kindly sign in the sheets. The next session will be on diatoms as silent witness, unlocking aquatic mysteries in forensic science by Dr. Vandana Vinayak, Assistant Professor, Dr. Hari Singh Vishwavidyalaya, and those students who are going for tea, please either take the back door or on the right side there is a door. Please take that door. Delegates can leave through the left door. Thank you. I remain.
use their mobile phones when they are inside the auditorium. ID cards will be confiscated if found. Kindly rise as the dignitaries arrive. Please be seated. With enthusiasm that we now transition into the first technical session of this prestigious forensic science conference. This session is to explore one of the most fascinating yet often overlooked aspects of forensic investigation, victims and their role in solving aquatic mysteries. Science has long relied on various biological and chemical markers to aid investigations, and diatoms, microscopic algae found in water bodies, have emerged as a crucial evidence in drowning cases and other aquatic related forensic inquiries. They serve as silent witnesses, holding secrets within their silica walls that can unveil the circumstances of death, confirming drowning, and even pinpoint drowning locations. To shed light on this intricate yet powerful aspect of forensic science, we are privileged to have with us a distinguished speaker, Dr. Vandana Vinayak. Is a renowned forensic scientist and academician recognized among the world's top scientists by Stanford University in the year 2003 and 2004. With expertise in forensic science, biochemistry, and nanobiotechnology, she has made groundbreaking contributions in bioforensics, chemical research, and nanotechnology applications in crime investigations. Her forensic journey spans years of dedicated service at the State Forensic Science Laboratory, Haryana, where she analyzed over 4,500 forensic cases, including high-profile criminal investigations. Currently serving as assistant professor at Dr. Harrison George Central University, Sagar, Dr. Vandana has led pioneering research on diatom-based forensic analysis, diatom nanofingerprinting, and environmental applications. Her contributions to forensic science have earned her prestigious research grants and global collaborations with institutions such as Cambridge University, UK, CERN, Switzerland, and UNESCO at Italy. She has also been honored with multiple accolades, including the 9-year gold medal awarded by former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. With cutting-edge research on diatoms and forensic investigations, biofuel production, and even space terraformation, Dr. Vandana continues to push the boundaries of forensic and environmental sciences. I request Ms. Nandini Katari, Assistant Professor, Department of Forensic Science at Kristu Jayanti College, to welcome Dr. Vandana with a plant sapling. Now, without further delay, I request Dr. Vandana to deliver her technical session.
Very good afternoon, all of you. Thank you. So, yeah, I've already been introduced. So, well, before I start, I must say I'm coming so far from Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, just because the call from one of my oldest student whom I taught, and that is Nandini Katare. So I taught her, and she is one of my pass out when I joined the university, 15-16 batch. Thank you, Nandini. Okay. Okay, so for the work I do, yes, datum is the center point, and I multifacetedly do different kind of works. Definitely, forensic is the top. Also, I have expanded to environmental toxicology. So, for the detail kind of my work, you can visit my homepage, that is www.varnavinayak.com. So, let's start with the lecture. So, I have to say next always. Okay, next, please. So the topic, something like to easify, whatever they said is okay, but just to simplify, the topic is that the diatoms, they are the golden standard or the golden tool in death due to drowning cases. In forensic science lab, we have different kind of cases which we are receiving in different kind of divisions. So as you know, there are more than 9 or 10 divisions which we have in the FSLs. So one of the most prominent is the biology lab. Besides the biology, serology, toxicology, they are the labs which have maximum number of the cases, the highest number of pendency, as one of your teachers already told that I had worked in the forensic science lab, Haryana. So there are almost more than 4,500 cases I have done. And of these, we have reduced the pendency to zero, the long-term pendency. And of these, the drowning cases were the highest. And this is the database. Just to confirm, we were not lying. This is the 2% scientist database released by the Stanford University, USA. So it was not 2002 or 3 or 4. It is 2023 and 2024, in which I was listed as a 2% by the Stanford University, USA, and published in Elsevier publishers. Next slide. Next. So these are some of the prominent journals where the forensic related work was published on the cover page of the journal. So as I proceed further with my research and the case study, I will let you know the different SOPs which I founded for resolving the cases which the SOP has not yet been released in the FSL, as I left FSL and joined the university in the academia. But these SOPs were definitely published in renowned Scopus journals like Wiley and Taylor Francis, and they were released on the cover page of their journals. Okay, so yeah, this was one in the chloroplast gene markers to detect the diatom DNA in the drowned mice. This was in the Journal of Electrophoresis. And another was the photosystem P700 chlorophyll A apoprotein A1 as a PCR marker to identify diatom and their associate lineage. This was in, again, the Wiley. They were again the cover page of the journal. So like this, others were also there. So next slide. Okay, so before to start with, we all know what is drowning. For many of us, it must be like the person in water. But to be scientifically clear, we should know drowning does not necessarily means drowning in water. It is like just respiratory impairment which result from submersion or immersion in liquid. So I'm not saying water, it is submersion or immersion in liquid which results into death due to drowning. So there's a WHO slogan which became very popular, which said seconds can save life. So it also became quite popular during the time of the COVID-19. That seconds can save life, wash your hands. So was it for the drowning, because drowning deaths, they are the highest number of the accidental deaths which take place. So, seconds can save life emphasizes the rapid nature of the drowning and the life-saving potential of quick preventive measures which can be taken. So, it happens in second. I must add over here, beside this, the literature which is released by the WHO. Let's get familiar with our, film actor Sridevi. We all know Sridevi. What happened with Sridevi? So it was just a case of drowning. It happened in seconds. Her husband was waiting for her in the dining or the lounge for, the dinner, something like that. And she just went to the bathroom for the quick, bath in the tub. And in seconds, she was gone because she was already kind of intoxicated by some alcohol or something like that. And she literally, so death due to drowning, it happens in seconds. It literally happens in seconds, right? So we have to learn some preventive measures. We in forensic, as I always say to my students, and that is that we are like the pathologist. So in our social life, we have the medicine doctor. So we have pathologist. Just a simple example, if I ask you, we have chills every night, right? So your mom, your grandmother, she knows the child is having chills at every 24 hours. It can be malaria. It's very simple. All elderly know that. If the children, they don't know, the elderly know that the child is having the chills in 24 hours, it can be malaria. So some may give quinine without prescription, but many will not. They will go to the doctor and they will go to the physician doctor, right? So once they go to the physician doctor, the physician asks, what are the symptoms? So the symptoms are that the child or the person gets chills every 24 hours. Now the physician knows that it can be malaria, but does the physician gives the medicine for malaria? No. What does it say? Go to the pathologist, get this test done, get the malarial parasite test done, get the MP test done. Similarly, the police person may know that this death happened because of this reason, right? Or the judge may know, but they push the case towards the forensic scientist. Get this test done. Or the PGI doctor knows that this death may be due to this reason, but he writes in his PMR or MLR, get this test done. Similarly, like the physician says, get this MP test done. Now, the pathologist does the test. The MP test, the malarial parasite test, it comes positive. Now, out of curiosity, the patient asks, am I suffering from malaria? Now, what should be the answer of the pathologist? The MP test is positive. What should be the answer of the pathologist? Yes or no? No. That is the ethics of a pathologist as a doctor, and that is the ethics of a forensic scientist, not to say that in the court of law, yes, this death is due to drowning. Or yes, the rape has been done. No. We are just the testing agencies. We have to tell this is present or this is not present. We are just the testing agency. To interpret, that is the job of the medicine doctor or the court of law or the prosecutor. That is not interpretation. Had interpretation our job, we would not have been testing laboratory. We can say this is a case of match in case of sexual assault via DNA testing. We can say the diatom test is positive and the diatoms of similar type what is found in the viscera of the rape victim and that in the water sample from where the dead body is recovered. But now if somebody asks me, the prosecutor asks me, so the person died due to drowning. I will not say a word because I didn't do that. My report is just one page in such a bundle of complete case file. The death can be due to drowning, but that can be accidental. That can be somebody must have pushed the person into, the person might have slipped in. So we don't know. It is either the antemortem drowning due to many reasons, it can either be a homicidal drowning or there can be other artifacts related to it. What if there's a gnawing effect? What is gnawing effect? Gnawing is the eaten by the animals. And when the body is eaten by the animals, there's a cross-contamination. I'll let you know as we go towards the next slides. Next slide, please. So this is general NCRB data statistics, which I have just tried to record over here. So according to the NCRB, the drowning accounted for about 9.1% of the accidental deaths in India, with about 38,503 fatalities, highlighting it is a significant public safety concern. And 25th July 2024, it is observed as the World Drowning Prevention Day, and it is a global initiative that is dedicated to initiate the awareness and escalating action on global drowning prevention. And as per the report published by the Lancet in December 2019, there were about 62,000 drowning deaths in India in the year 2017. Now, as we proceed further, I'll let you know that in India itself, the maximum number, as you can see the stats also, there's a pointer for the red light. Can you? The red light pointer is there? Is it work? Where? No, I just want the red light pointer. It's okay, fine. So as per the data over here, you can see in India itself, from the state where I'm coming right now, Madhya Pradesh. No, the previous only. The previous slide only. Okay. And this is the forward. Okay. Just so as you can see, the Madhya Pradesh is having the highest number of the drowning related cases. Here, can you see this? Yeah. So since 2017, as we proceed further, the number there's since there's a awareness program going on, so the number related to drowning, they have decreased also. As you can see this data, as you see how the cases they have decreased in 2023, there is a decrease in the number of the cases. It's not working, I think. Yeah. Okay. So we have to not only detect the cases or detect any of our findings, whether it's data or whether it's any analysis. We have to also work on the preventive measures for these crime cases. So that is our motto in academia. So in the testing agencies, like in forensic science lab, we are always detecting and giving our findings to the court of the law. But when we are in the academia, we are doing the research, we are also promoting the preventive measures, which we are also telling the forensic science labs to hold on workshops and meetings with the DGs, with the judges, so that how these cases can be prevented also. So next slide is about, you only change, it's very difficult for me to get it up. So now the body which is recovered from the water, as I told you that we are testing agency, we are just telling that this particular thing is present or not. So the diatoms, as I will proceed further, how it is related to drowning. Now the body which is recovered from the water, it is not necessary that the person may have died due to drowning only. It is very much possible that the person may have been killed and then put in water to simulate it to be a case of drowning. So many times, the body is in the adipocere stage, or the body is in the skeletonized stage, where it becomes very difficult to find out what can be the actual cause of death. Because the body is in that decomposition state where you cannot find out that what can be the cause of death, whether it was a antemortem drowning or whether it was a postmortem or a homicidal case of drowning. So it is over here that the scientists, they will help to sort out how the death took place by performing the diatom test. Next slide, please. Next slide. So before that, we should know the different terminologies for drowning. So, like for example, we know what is wet drowning. That is one of the most common type of drowning when water is entering the lungs. Now, in the case of dry drowning, what happens in the dry drowning when there is a larynx spasms which block the oxygen from entering the lungs and there occurs ventricular fibrillation. This can be seen by example. For example, a person falling from a height into the water. So, because of the fear of death, in this passage of time, when he falls from a height to the water, in this time difference, there occurs ventricular fibrillation, or you can say when the larynx spasm occur, blocking the oxygen entering the lungs. So that is known as the dry drowning. Then the active drowning, when the person is struggling to stay afloat and is unable to breathe. Now, mind it, the case. For example, the person who does suicide or the person who has been pushed in water, right? These both are the case of drowning. Now, even if the person has tried to do suicide, when in water, it would be a case of active drowning. How? Because even if he thought I will do suicide, but when in water, that is a automatic reflex, involuntary action of to fight against to fight for survival. So he will push his hands here and there to fight or struggle for life, even if it was a case of suicide. He knows that he himself decided that he is going to end his life, but when in water, he or she definitely will struggle to survive, right? So passive drowning, when someone is unconscious, like drunk or intoxicated, right? So, and not trying to stay afloat. Secondary drowning, when the water enters the lung and the fluid gets built up, or you can say these are the symptoms which we call edematous lungs, swelling of the lungs, which the doctor observes during the autopsy. So it not only decides, I always say, as a forensic science student, we may be having different field of interest, like someone is interested in chemistry, someone is interested in toxicology, biology, serology, DNA, physics, ballistic, and so on. But you all are dealing with the human beings. So it is very important to understand what the case file says. So what the case file says, right from what the IO writes, you should be able to interpret and understand when the IO is writing the history of the crime scene or the SOC is writing about the crime scene, the sketches. You should be able to understand what all these concepts are. Then you should be able to understand the terminology written by the doctor, the forensic medicine doctor, in his medical legal report or the post-mortem report. So, medical legal report is for when the victim is alive. And PMR, that is a post-mortem report, is when the victim is dead. So if you are not able to understand the terminologies written by both these kind of people, whether in simplest language by the IO or the medical terminology written by the medicine doctor, you are just a scientific labor. Just a scientific labor. Okay, this came is positive, the color change, okay, this is positive. No. But we are not scientific labor. We should be able to at least reason ourselves so that we give justice to that particular case. Although in the court of law, you will say, whatever is written in your case report, this is found, this is found, and this is matching with that. You are not, as per the ethics, you are not bound to interpret there, but at least if your test is coming negative, you should be able to interpret why it is coming negative. What is the doctor's PMR or the MLR saying? Is my report matching? Because sooner or later, even after 10 years, your case might go for re-examination. And then there is a issue on your job also. So you should be satisfied in all, you should be satisfied when you give the case report. If it is negative, it should be negative. If it is coming positive, it is positive. Now, maybe the report should have come negative, but yours is coming positive. So there are many flaws also for the sample also. So that we cannot help it. But you should know what you are doing, at least. So, okay, let's move on to the more of the terminologies and datums. So this beautiful organism, I have no words because of this datums. I am here today, and my name is known that because of the datums. And this beautiful organism, my dear students, in whichever field you want to work, right? So just put that in front of datums, and you will get immense, applied sciences related to it, because it is a microalgae. It's a microalgae. It's a microscopic plant with a unique feature that its cell wall, it is made up of silica. And silica is the hardest substance known. So when alive or dead, both ways it has number of applications. Now, when dead, it has number of application because of its silica wall, which is having numerous pores of the nanometer sizes, which has immense application in the nanotechnology. So let's start with a little bit of the history. It was in 1703, there was a scientist from the Royal Society of London. He drew a drawing of the tabular diatom, and this scientist's name was not known, so it is said that Mr. C was there. He was the first scientist to appreciate diatom tabularia as a rectangular and square parallelograms. So datum, as I said, there are more than 10,000 different genera of the datum with about more than 200,000 different species, and they are found in almost all water bodies. As I said, datum is a macroscopic plant. So it is found in all open water bodies. It's a microalga, it's a eukaryote, and it is photosynthetic because it is plant. So it is photosynthetic. So in the places where it is dark, the frequency or the population of the datum is very less. So next. So they are almost found in all open water bodies like lakes, ocean, rivers, puddles. So they are not found in our drinking water, in our distillery. Even in the tanks, the water we drink, it is not found in our tanks. But if the cover of the tank is open, so the atoms would be detected in those tanks. Right. So we call them as, not only me, everybody calls them as the living jewels. As you can see, they have different shapes and sizes, and they are so well architectured. I'll say nano architecture, that they have size, pore sizes in different kind of species, that every atom is different, and they all have well arranged nanopore size of particular size and shape in one particular kind of the species. So these are the SEM images of the diatoms. Next. So as such, depending upon their shapes and sizes, there are two different kind of diatoms. One belongs to centric diatoms and other belongs to the pinnate diatoms. So centric is the circular diatom, and the pinnate is the spindle kind of the diatoms. So in these two types, only you can imagine there are 10,000 different genera of the diatoms found in ocean, river, lakes, puddles. Next. So as I said, death due to drowning is submersion in the liquid. For that, it is also equally important for you to understand the circulatory system of the or the anatomy of the heart in a human system. So we all know that I'll better say the next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, this slide. So this system we all read in 9th or 10th classes, right? So as you see, this is the left side of the chamber of the heart, and this is the right chamber of the heart, right? So as you know, from the left side, the pulmonary veins are there, and the pulmonary veins, they are bringing the pure blood from the lungs. Pulmonary veins, they are bringing the pure blood from the lungs. Pure blood means the oxygen-laden blood from the lungs, and then from the left atrium, they go to the left ventricle via a set of valves which gush open, and then the blood goes to the aorta, right? And mother aorta, which then divides into the multiple arteries, right? Hepatic artery, different systems, and the pure blood is supplied there. So once the pure blood is supplied, the deoxygenated blood is taken via network of the capillaries, and the deoxygenated blood, it returns via the inferior vena cava at the right side of the heart. That is this is the blue at the bottom is your inferior vena cava, and top is the superior vena cava. The blue is the deoxygenated blood. So this is how the system works in the heart system. The pulmonary heart system works like this, the circulatory heart system along with your lungs. The pure blood, that is the oxygen-rich blood, is being supplied to the left atrium and moves to the aorta, different body organs, then returns via the inferior vena cava and the superior vena cava to the right atrium, right ventricle, and then it goes to the back to the lungs, and then we exhale. So this is how inhaling oxygen and exhaling the carbon dioxide procedure goes on. Now just imagine this is an involuntary action, as we all know. Now what if this involuntary action is taking place in water? Now if this involuntary action, as I said, drowning is, maybe it's a case of suicide, maybe somebody pushed the person, maybe the person got slipped into the water, it is a case of drowning. It's a case of antemortem drowning. So what happens now when in water, the circulatory system is working that way only. Now, what happens? Because when it is going via nostrils, oxygen. Now, beside oxygen, the water is going. As I said in my earlier slide, that diatoms are present in every open water body. Excuse me. We cannot view the naked eye, but definitely under the microscope we can view them. So this diatom-rich water now enters via our nostrils, and it will enter our lungs, right? From the lungs, they are entering our heart via the pulmonary veins. So jahan pe oxygen-rich blood was coming, now what is coming? Oxygen-rich blood plus water loaded with the diatom, it is entering our left atrium. This yellow part, this yellow balls, which I have tried to show the diatoms. So now this water rich in diatom, now it is entering the left chamber and it is going via aorta to the distant organs. Now in the distant organs, we are taking the femur bone marrow. Next slide. So this is a more illustrative example, the schematic diagram over here. You can see the two cases of the drowning where we have tried to show. The first is the live entry of the person in the water, and the second, as you can see, is the dumping of the body in the water. So as you can see, the different shapes of the diatoms on the water surface. In the live entry, as you see, the diatoms, they enter via our normal inhaling. They enter the lungs. From the lungs, they will enter the heart, and from the heart, they will enter the femur bone marrow. Now, when we extract the marrow from our femur bone, right, and do the testing, which is most probably the nitric acid digestion, which we do in our labs, so the diatoms are detected. Now, it is just not preparation of one slide which we get. That's why I was saying you need to understand the PMR very carefully. If because you're not scientific laborers, you need to understand what the PMR says. If the PMR is indicating the symptoms of the drowning, what is the time since death? Was it, can you see rigor mortis there? So if the rigor mortis is there, are the lungs edematous or the flaccid? Accordingly, what is your report coming? Do you need repetition or not? All these things are very important. Otherwise, you will just bang on to, anything in your report. So next over here you see the person is dumping the dead body, to simulate it to be a case of drowning. Again, I have shown the diatoms in the lungs, which should not be the case. This should not be the case. The person is not inhaling. So the person is not inhaling. The sphincter muscles are closed, right? So the water should not enter and should not go to the lungs. But my dear students, over here, the diatoms which are shown in the lungs, they have not entered via the normal inhaling. They enter because of the general percolation, because of the decomposition of the dead body in the water, or the moving effect of the body. As I told you in the initial lecture, what is the gnawing effect? Eating of the body by the animals. So when the body is either decomposed or eaten by the animals, so the water of the particular water body, it just percolates in the lungs. And if it is a case of the homicide or the postmortem, the symptoms can be found in the lungs. That's giving a false negative test. So that clearly shows that lungs are not the correct sample for datum examination. Datums, lungs, they are incorrect sample. When I joined the FSL Haryana, at that time we used to have long pending cases of long era, I can say, even 1990s pending cases were there. And what kind of samples were there? The samples were lungs, putrefied lungs, clavicle bones, sternum bones. Sternum bone or the clavicle bone, first of all, and the lungs, they are the total incorrect sample for the datum examination. They will definitely, clavicle bone is 95%. This is the clavicle bone, I hope you all know, right? So the clavicle bone, absolutely, there is no chance of datum entering over here, except it's a general percolation or growing effect. And similarly for the sternum bone and the lungs. So they are not the correct sample for datum examination. Then we, along with our DGP Haryana, we had a drive in which we educated the DGPs, the judges, the DSPs, IEOs, everybody. We organized a lot of workshops that these are not the correct samples for the datum examination and the packaging and parceling, even for the DNA, that how the packaging and parceling should be done. And what kind of samples we want. Definitely we want the dried femur bone, or we want the heart sample, left side of the heart, or the blood from the heart. You know why heart? Because the blood-laden water and bottom is entering the left side of the heart. So we need that side of the heart, or we need the heart tissue, we need, or the blood in the heart we need, or the femur bone marrow. That is a perfect sample for the datum examination because it is a farthest sample. So it is devoid of cross-contamination. But what issue we were having for having the femur bone was from the kins of the victim. They could not understand that getting the femur bone is good for their case, whosoever their person died for. They just, because of some issues, ethical issues in their own family, they thought that it led to dismemberment of their dead body of their relative. But then they were taught that this will lead to perfect examination. Then sooner we used to get the femur bone marrow as the correct sample for the datum examination and other tests also. So over here, you can see in the case of where the person is jumping, that in the heart tissue, there is no datum because it has not reached there. And further, in the femur bone marrow, no datums are found. As I said, this is a protected sample for the bone, and it's the farthest tissue is the protected. Now till here, we have followed the protocol. The PGI doctors have understood the case. They have done everything. But if there is any flaw in, a hair, as we all know, as a forensic scientist, whether we are in the FSL or whether in the academia and research, we all are one, fraternity where we are working for each one of us. If anybody does some dishonesty or is underqualified or is lazy enough to do his duty, the case suffers. The case suffers, right? So now if the autopsy is not done by the forensic medicine doctor, some sweeper does the autopsy, he does not know that how important it is to, use the exenic all equipments, the scissor, the exor, the table, the mortuary table, it should be also neat and clean. All, autoclave things should be used, scissors, exor, because any cross-contamination, it will lead to the contamination in the further testing in the forensic science laboratory, where we will do what we are given. We cannot clean what is sent by, the lab. We can just superficially clean. Now, if the same scissor, I'm talking about the drowning victims. Now the clothes are wet. Now if he's using the same blade to cut the clothes of the victim, and he's using the same blade to take out or cut the victim femur bone marrow for bone, so it will result into cross contact, and he'll placing the bone marrow the same place on the cloth. So that cloth is wet. it is having the diatom. Now, if it is a case of homicide, it will give me the positive. I will give diatom positive. So that it is very important at every stage for every technical staff to do their duties meticulously, carefully. Now, what if now I get the case in my lab after due sealing, checking and everything, which is, we check the parts. I remember there was one time when I had to report one diatom case, and the seal on the visceral sample was not there. Many times we have seen that the seal falls off also, but then there's a remnant of the seal which we can see, and we can understand that during the preservation of the samples in the parcel room, the seal must have fallen, and we lay objection and we get it also, or sometimes we say, okay, it's there. But in that particular parcel, there was absolutely no remnant or no mark of the pink, shellac. It was clear. So I objected that this visceral parcel is not sealed. I'm not going to do it. I returned the case to the assistant director, and she said, "Nahi, it must have fallen." I said, "Okay, if it must have fallen, it must be in the parcel room. You get me sealed. If the parcel is sealed, I'll do the case. I have no objection." But it was nothing like that. So rather a complaint of me went to the director FSL that she is not reporting the case. So the director FSL called me and said, he opened the case file and he said, "Vanna, why am I not reporting the case? The case is clean. Isme kuch liya diya nahi hai. Please do the case." So he pushed the file towards me to do the case. As Madam said in her earlier lecture, honesty and morality are very important in your case. Even if you lose your job, it's okay. I pushed the file very gently back to the director. I said, "Sir, I will not do this case. You can, even if the DG Haryana says me to do this case, I will not do this case." So he had no words to say except to take the case. And I came back to my lab. I knew I will now be issued some kind of notice, but nothing like that sort happened. The case was returned. One of the official who received the case, the person who received the case, the lab assistant who received the case, he was authorized to take the case back to the PGI Rohtak. He got the parcel seal back. It was brought again back, and I did the case. That is not an issue. The point is not to compromise with the ethics what we are shown in. Even if you're not shown, then also you have to follow that thing. So that is the point. Next slide. So as I said, being a forensic scientist, we are not scientific laborers. You need to understand why you are doing this case. If your report is coming like this, are you satisfied? Would you able to sleep nicely tonight, or you are in dilemma? Pata nahi, it should be positive or negative. No. Once who does the case, usko pata, that person knows, it can be positive, it would be negative only. But we know that because we know what the case says, what the doctor writes there. So the common symptom, the morphological symptoms are the froth from the nose as well as from the mouth. Now, how does this froth comes? Please stop sleeping. Excuse me, if you want to sleep, you can go out. Now, how this froth comes? So I will not explain only why the froth is coming. I will explain the science behind the froth. Now, as I told you that when the person is in water, whether it's a case of suicide or the person was pushed in water, he will fight for struggle. Now, in this procedure, when the oxygen is going inside the lungs, now our lungs, they are having surfactant, right? It's having mucus and the protein. So just like you are adding detergent in your washing machine to wash the clothes, what detergent is a surfactant? Just like we have surfactant in our lungs. So this surfactant plus the protein plus the mucus, now the oxygen comes in, we inhale and then we gulp out. So this process, it is occurring very fast, very fast. So we gulp in air, we come out and we take in more oxygen. So this results into mixing of the air, mucus and protein, just like washing machine, churning of these three resulting into froth. Lot of froth, which is getting accumulating, right? And this water It is swelling our lungs so much that there is an indentation of the ribs. Our chest is pressing hard against our ribs. So that is known as the indentation of the ribs. That is a pattern of the ribs which is formed on the lungs. So the doctor writes froth coming out from the nose and the chest, even on slight pressing of the chest. Even on gentle pressing of the chest, the froth keeps on coming. First thing which comes to my mind is the body is fresh. The body is fresh. The doctor writes edematous lung, the body is fresh. Rigor mortis present, the body is fresh. इतना पढ़ने के बाद I know that this case should be datum positive is provided if the water sample which the IO has brought, it should also contain the atoms. It should also contain the atoms. What is the water sample from where the dead body is collected is negative, that there are no chances of the datum being found there. So definitely with full confidence, I will write the datums were not found in the water sample, were not found in the biological sample. But I'm true because why? Because I know because datums are not found in either way, but still the medicine doctor will interpret in the court of law it as a case of drowning because other drowning symptoms are positive. The froth is coming, the lungs are edematous, there's an indentation of the ribs. So these things, okay, the case will receive justice. Now, what if the doctor writes? The doctor writes the lungs are flaccid. The lungs are flaccid and rigor mortis is present. Now, in this case, the diatoms may not be present in the biological sample if they are present in the water sample. They might be present in the water sample, but they may not be present in the biological sample. If he writes the lungs are flaccid and rigor mortis is present because the body is fresh. So there are a lot of things which we can relate. Next slide. So 5 main things for a forensic diatomist to know are, yes, please click on, keep on clicking. So froth at the mouth and the nostrils, right? Cadaveric spasm on weeds, mud or sand. What is cadaveric spasm? This is different from rigor mortis, I hope you all know. So when in water, as I said, we are struggling for life, right? So we are just capturing whatever is coming in our wrist, right? So our fingers are in constant active motion. So there is a cadaveric spasm in our fingers. There was one case which I reported, I remember. In that case, again, the diatoms were not found in the water sample and the diatoms were not found in the visceral sample. The cadaveric spasms were found. So there were some weeds also. So for the weeds, I did some DNA examination and I matched the DNA of the weeds with that of the water sample. But again, one thing I would like to add over here, even though you know a lot of things as a person or as a qualified expert in the forensic science lab, you cannot go beyond your SOP. I know that this can be done. I know beyond that, but I will not report that. I will do only what is in my SOP. I cannot go beyond even if I know that. So that is the ethics of the forensic lab which we have to follow. So this already I have discussed. Like next slide, please. Yeah, this also I have discussed. Next. So this is a method which is commonly used in the forensic science lab for detection of the datum test. And as I told you, as you can see, this is the dried femur bone marrow, how nicely it has been packed, and the water sample collected from where the dead body is recovered. So there are many methods for detection of the diatoms, but nitric acid digestion method is the most popular and reliable method also. In this, what we do, for example, in the case of the water sample, what we do, for example, if we have 1 liter of the water sample, we throw 1/4 of the water sample and we shake rest. Why? Because diatom is heavy. Its cell wall is made up of silica, so the diatoms they tend to settle at the bottom. So when we shake, they get evenly distributed, and we pour it in a 500 ml beaker. So now this water, because it is from the water lakes, puddles, and any open water body, it must be having some artifacts or organic matter. So we don't want any organic matter. We want to destroy all the organic matter. We just want the silica frustule of the diatom to be there. Because silica frustule under microscope, they shine like beautiful organisms. A beautiful architecture. So we add in this Lugol's iodine, we add hydrochloric acid, and we leave it untouched for 24 hours. After 24 hours, we make the slide from the bottom of the beaker. We take the bottom of the beaker, we put our autopipette and suction out and put it in the our falcon tube and centrifuge. When centrifuging, we throw the supernatant and keep the pellet. We repeat this process 3-4 times, and final repeat is with the help of the pure distilled water. So the pellet is what we are mounting on the our slide warmer plate and adding a drop of DPX. Our permanent slide is prepared, and then we observe it under the oil immersion under 100x objective lens. We see beautiful architecture of the diatoms and beautiful different shapes of the diatoms, like this is shown over here. And similarly, for the our biological sample, we take out the marrow with the help of the exor, and we digest in nitric acid. So as I'm saying you, nitric acid, no acid can destroy except the HF. No acid can destroy the diatoms. So that is the beauty of the diatom. That's why there are no standard tools, even for the skeletonized dead bodies. So even for the skeletonized dead body, which is recovered from near the water, if I say, so we can do the diatom test. We can take the femur and we can do the analysis. So if the diatom is in the femur bone marrow, that person which is now in the skeletonized or in the adipose stage, that might have died due to drowning. The death might be due to antemortem drowning. So in this, we take the acid, concentrated nitric acid, we add the concentrated nitric acid in the bone marrow, add water, and again we centrifuge it, we simmer it on the burner, and then all the fats have dissolved. We again leave it untouched for 24 hours, and next day again we take the bottom. Again, diatoms being heavy, they will settle at the bottom. So with the autopipette, we go to the bottom of the beaker and collect our sample into the falcon, and we centrifuge it, throw the supernatant, keep the pellet, repeat this 3 times, and final with the distilled water, and our slide is prepared. Nowadays, the IU started asking, first they used to ask diatom is present or not in the water sample and the visceral sample. Since we started doing all this work, we started identifying the same type of species. We also started telling them. So they started asking, is the diatom of the similar type? So at least even if you cannot name the diatom, but you can see the diatoms are of same type or not in the water sample and the biological sample. Now the point is, in the biological sample, we don't get the intact diatom. Sometimes we just get a broken frustule of the diatom. Now, how does this broken frustule of the diatom has entered into the femur bone marrow? So even if it is a broken frustule of the diatom, we report it as diatom positive. But in that case, we can report as a dissimilar type or inconclusive report. But even if it is a broken frustule of diatom, we write it as diatom was detected in the visceral sample. Next. So what is the importance of the diatom test? So definitely it is telling us the outcome of the, whether it's an antemortem or the postmortem drowning, the presence of the concordant diatom types, that is the similar diatom types. It will help us to locate whether the death took place in the same water. Because, when I was in Haryana, I had this small project from DST in which we did the database study from all the water bodies of the Haryana. So I made a diatom atlas of the different species of the diatom found in different water bodies. And it is very important to know that because many times the body gets drifted from one water body to the other. And there are many such water bodies which are having peculiar one kind of diatoms only. So we can say we have demarcated such water bodies at site-specific diatoms or rarely occurring diatoms. So we know in Haryana which kind of diatoms are found and which are the rarely occurring diatoms and which water body is having only one kind of diatom. So that are serving as a site-specific markers for us. Next. So this was a research study which we called them as the diatomological mapping or the D-mapping. So in this, as I told you, the study was done for 2012 to 2014, and we divided them as a commonly occurring diatoms which are present in all the 6 seasons, that is the spring, summer, monsoon, autumn, pre-winter and winter. Then the seasonal, which is present is less than 6 seasons but greater than in 1 season of the year, and the rarely occurring diatoms which are present in only 1 season during these studied years. Next. Okay, let's skip on. Next. Yeah, keep this slide. Previous slide, please. Yeah. So this is a research study which was published in Elsevier Ecological Indicator. I think its impact factor is around 8 or 9. So in this study, what we found was there was this one kind of diatom which is known as the Gomphonemma. Despite its usual normal shape, we found a hump in its outer structure. Hump means ridge on its outer structure. Otherwise, all the features was of the Gomphonemma auger, a kind of diatom, but it was having one hill kind of structure on its surface. Now, this does not indicate any new diatom. This was you can say, a morphological change or a teratological change in scientific language, we say. This teratological change, the worst how it occurred. Now, this is due to the stress factors. Now, when we analyze the water sample of these, from where this datum was found via ICPMS, we found that this particular water body was rich in some heavy metals, which was lead, selenium, and mercury. Now, this particular water body, that is the Saraswati River in Kurukshetra, is known for holy bathing purpose. The people, they go for holy bathing, they discard the vermilion, and the deities, the clay-made deities are dumped. So this resulted into the paints being dumped and heavy metal. So the diatom, they start. Because everybody in stress has ability to survive. So when in stress, what we do, we start eating more of the food. Some people they will sleep more. So every organism on this planet have the capability to manage stress. So when they go under stress, they accumulate more lipid bodies. They accumulate more fat globules, as you can see. So when they undergo stress, means they are not getting the normal nutrients which are required. So they cannot manage with the morphological shape, so they don't have enough of the silica to manage their morphological shape. So they start occurring the change in their shape. So they start manufacturing more of the oil bodies for their survival for the long time. So these are the features which result into the serving them as an ecological indicator as well as a forensic indicators. So such kind of datums are not found in every open water body. So they are particular for particular kind. So if you have a database, so you can analyze if you found such kind of datums in a drifted body in the biological sample, you can analyze this body is getting drifted from this particular water body which is nearby as per the studies done by this particular research. Next. So this is the DMAP. This is just for your study only, that you also can do for your own. So this DMAP or the diatomological mapping, as you can see, we analyze almost more than 46 genera and more than 52 species, and we have categorized them as green as present and blue as absent and red as the rarely present, rarely occurring diatoms. Just go on. So this is something about the taxonomy. So yeah, this is also the complete database has been done and the book is available in the Amazon. Next. So this is again a statistical data. I don't know if you're able to understand or not, but soon when you will join your PhD or some research, you need such statistical data. These are the Shannon-Weaver index or the relative abundance data or the study of one particular kind of the species which are found in particular water body. So we have found that our site HO1, which is also known as the Karna Lake in Karnal, it was having the highest population of the one particular kind of datum in one particular kind of season. So I'll skip on to this because it's, next. So there are 276 species. So yeah, this is, you can also, in this year 2012-13, so from the 11 water bodies, 52 different diatom genera were found and 276 species were observed. And during 2013 and 14, there were 265 species of diatoms which were observed. So total, during the 2-year period, a total of 46 genera which belong to pinnate order, that is the pinnate order, and the 6 genera belong to the centric or the central order were found. Next. So these are all the some brief pictures. Next. Yeah, next. Yeah, also this you can skip because again, this is more of the research. Yeah, this site, this site. So as I told you that the Karna Lake was having the highest population of the centric diatom Coconis. It was highest in population or relative abundance, which was 25.33. So like this, we have done studies for different other bodies also. Next, one most important study which I want to discuss with you is, next. Keep on skipping. Yeah. Next. 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 Yeah. So besides that, it is also very important to understand what are the physico-chemical parameters of your water body. So generally, the pH of the water body remains between 7 to 8. Or 8.3, because the diatoms, they love this pH between 7 to 8. That is a normal pH in which they are happily growing. And the conductivity in which they are normally surviving also is between 0.1 to 0.33. But it was, and temperature it varies with the varying season. So that's why with season also the diatom species, they keep on changing. But it was found that in one of the water body, which will come next slide, please. Next. Next. Okay. Previous only. Previous. So I think that slide will has been skipped or is later. So there is one water body in Haryana, that is in the district Mahendragarh. If you happen to go to Central University of Haryana, is in the Mahendragarh. So in Mahendragarh district, there is a pond near some Shiv Mandir. The study which was found in this pond in Mahendragarh has not been found anywhere. This particular pond, for the 4 years, it had one centric diatom, that is Cyclotella meningiana, which never changed to any kind of other, which is very unlikely for a freshwater diatom. Because in any open water body, which is a freshwater diatom, we have many different species, like the Shannon-Weaver index, you have seen there are many different species found. But in this Mahendragarh district, we have only one diatom found in 4 years. And the reason was that the salinity of this particular water body was very, very high. Now, we personally visited this site. I personally visited this site. Otherwise, what happened, the students, they used to go to collect the samples. So this water body had a lot of washing being done regularly, and almost every Monday, because of the Shiv Mandir, lot of things were being dumped into that. And this was a small lake, not a big one. So it has the salinity of the pond was very, very high. So which resulted into the diatom which is generally found in the marine waters. So the diatom, which is a kind of marine water, was found in a fresh water, which is very unlikely. So this such kind of studies, they make them as a site-specific marker. So we call them as a site-specific marker diatoms. So earlier slides which we have shown, just can you make the previous slide? Previous. Yeah, this one. Yeah. So, it's not that we have identified the different diatoms by just taking the water sample and making a slide. No, we have also cultured them in our tissue culture room. So when we have cultured, we have inoculated the culture in a particular media, which is the F/2 media, and we have made a pure species of the diatom, right? So that is really a very tough job. I remember when I was in a FSL Haryana, I was trying to set up this diatom tissue culture lab. So that was a real challenge because there was no research project ever in FSL Haryana. And our director FSL, Dr. M.K. Goyal, used to be there. So we used to work day and night there, and he used to visit, R was on the second floor and the whole diatom floor was ours. He used to visit, just very quietly and enter the lab. Most of the time we were working only to see that we are working. And finally, soon we got the datum culture, and we had established 13 pure species of the datum which got the accession numbers in NCBI. Next. So, yeah, these are the methods you can find in my research papers also. So these are the same. This you can see that the third C. This is a teratological morphological change which occurred in the gomphonemia. This ridge, otherwise in the normal datum, is not found. This was found because of the heavy metals present in the water. Next. So these are the different diatoms which, in collaboration with one of my collaborators in Switzerland, we took the pictures. So these are also published in Wiley. Next. So these are all the diatoms of the Himalayas, lower Himalayas. These are also published. So we have different diatoms, even found in you can imagine the hot springs. So the diatoms are also found in the hot springs. Next. So these are the diatoms belonging to the fossilized age. These one, on your right side and mine left side. So these are the fossilized age diatoms. So millions and billions during the age of the Jurassic Park era. So these are those diatoms which were gifted to me by one of my collaborators, Daniel. And these are the diatoms again from the river Thames, again gifted by one of my collaborators, Michael Stringer. Now he died. So these are the river Thames, United Kingdom's diatoms. Next. So this is the diatom I was talking about, Cyclotella meningiana. This is the antibody where only this diatom was found for 4 consecutive years. Now, you see the diatoms under microscope. The same diatom can appear to be different. For example, the C slide, actually this is the frontal view and the lateral view. So the frontal view is appearing like this, and the lateral view appear like a tire. So that is the lateral view and the frontal view. Next. So now this protocol which was being used, that is a nitric acid digestion method, it evaluated a lot of nitrous acid fumes which was hazardous for the workers. So, and many times people who are not much expertise, they will prepare 3 slides or 4 slides, and the datum detection may get missed out also. So I wanted to devise such method in which we just take a small visceral sample, and we do the DNA extraction, and we have certain set of primers, and we find out whether the atom is present or not. Now, for this, we need to understand that there's one major difference between diatoms and the human beings. Can you let me know what is that? What is the major difference? We both are eukaryotes. Diatoms are also eukaryotic organism. We are also eukaryotic organism. So what is the major difference between diatoms and human beings? Sorry? Cell wall. Anybody else? Yeah, I mean, even saying cell wall was not false, but I always say to my students, they always think that I ask tough questions, but my question is very simple. You could simply say there are plants and where. That is a basic answer. Photosynthetic cell wall, you throw a high level answer, I will say. They are plants. So the major difference between human beings and the diatoms are that they are plants. So we should design, you all know, right? I should not teach you this. Extracting DNA is one thing, right? We extract DNA from plants, microbes, human samples, we extract DNA. Karna kya hai? What we want to do with this DNA? DNA is extracted. Now what do you want to do? From the plant DNA or the human DNA, what is your study? Whether you want to do a biosphere analysis or whether it's for the identification purpose or whether you want to identify HIV case or hepatitis case or what is the disease, what is your target? So for this target, Till extraction, everything is same. After extraction, our paths, they change, isn't it? After extraction, our paths change. And what do we do in this path? What change we do in this path? We design primers. Our primers are different for different study. We design primers. Yes, there are primers available in the local market also, scientific companies also. We can design our own primers also. There are so many molecular biology online tools also. So you design your primers. Now over here, okay, fine. So yeah, designing PCR-based primers based on the 16S ribosomal RNA gene or 16S rDNA or mitochondrial DNA and the nuclear DNA, because they are photosynthetic. So we are targeting in a very simpler language, in a basic layman language, we are targeting the photosynthetic gene. So at this photosynthetic gene, there may be different UPA gene, RBCL genes may be there. So we target these genes and we design a set of nucleotide sequences, right, to design our set of primers. Now these set of primers will now find the complementary sequence when we go for PCR. What happens in PCR? We give a set of commands, denaturation. DNA is going to unwind. We have enzymes also, we have DNPTs also. So when the DNA is unwinding, the primer is going to find its complementary base sequence. Now, whatever primer you will add, whether it's for detection of HIV, whether it's for the photosynthetic gene, whether it's for the identification of any of your STR, it is different for a different case study. So if it is for the photosynthetic gene, I have designed my primer based on that photosynthetic gene. If it finds its complementary sequence on my DNA, my genomic DNA, right, it will bind. If it doesn't find its complementary, it will not bind. Means either it gives me a PCR amplicon or it does not give me a PCR amplicon when we go for the PCR analysis. Isn't it? So I am not much on to this slide, sorry, but I hope you are understanding what I'm trying to say. Analysis of the DNA. Once you are done with your DNA extraction, we all know what to do for purification check. We do the qualitative analysis, quantitative and qualitative analysis. We check the ratio at 260 and 280 ratio, right? So it should be more less than 1 point, greater than 1.8, we have some contamination protein or RNAs. Next. Now, since we have to find the, in the biological sample, if we have to find the diatom. So in the biological sample, if we do the DNA extraction, so we have to go for plant DNA extraction. We will not go for the simpler, the chloroform phenol method, we will not go. We will go for the plant DNA extraction, that is a CTAB method. The CTAB method is meant for plant DNA extraction. We will go for CTAB method for extracting if any plant material is in the biological sample, right? Our visceral sample, our marrow sample, we will go with that, right? So if we find that, we will with that, what are the results? I'll say skip on to come to the next slide, please. Next. All these are total. Yeah, this slide. So how this study was done, basically we were so sorry, we sacrificed some mice for this study. So there were again two kind of set of mice which were taken. So set of mice in which they were drowned in water, right? So just put in water and drowned in water till they died, right? So intentionally drowning. They didn't do suicide. We made them do suicide. So it was a case of anti-mortem drowning. And other poor guys, they were hit by hammer and they were, but for science we have to do this. Nothing like that in science. So they were killed and then they were put in water. So one was our case study of the anti-mortem drowned mice and other was the post-mortem. So all under the Animal Ethical Committee. Now, as I said, we designed a set of PCR markers, right? So the DNA was extracted from their different organs, lungs, liver, brain, even and the female bone marrow, right? So for the both set of mice, and the primers were designed for the different set of genes. Next slide. So these markers which were designed were this RBCL3P, and that is a ribulose 1,5-bis phosphate carboxylase oxygenase enzyme, which is a main enzyme in the photosystem, photosynthesis, right? Then we have the universal plastidic amplicon present in the chloroplast. Then we had the fucoxanthin chlorophyll, that is a pigment of the diatom. Diatom has a pigment fucoxanthin, because of which it is brown in color. So that gene was SCFCPA, and other was the photosynthesis 1 P700 apoprotein chlorophyll AI-PSA. So all these markers, they were used for our study. So the primers were designed for that. And after the DNA extraction, the PCR was done individually with these primers, and also multiplex PCR extraction was done. Next. So why? Because there's a less homology between human and plant genes. Humans, they don't have plant genes. Now, when we did the PCR, so on doing the PCR, what was seen? Anybody can have any idea? What could be the result? When we do the PCR, in case of antemortem, will we find diatoms would be there? So our primers will hit it, right? So we will have the bands related to those genes, right? And in the case where we have this post-mortem, so the primers will not find the complementary sequences, and there is no amplification. So there's a blank in those particular sizes, because these genes, they have particular band sizes, and the sizes are mentioned, they are measured in terms of base pair. I hope you know base pair. So particular base pair would be absent in case of the post-mortem drowning and or the homicidal drowning, and it would be present in case of the antemortem drowning. Next. So I don't know how it is possible, but yes, this is a lot of study being done. So this was, as I was telling, was published in Journal of Electrophoresis, and the single author, and the comment of the reviewer was that this is a very novel and remarkable study, and this was later made as a cover page of the Journal of Electrophoresis. So I made it simplified what you will see. In the case of antemortem, you will see the bands for your primers. The primers which were based on the plant genes in a very simple language, you will see the bands there. See, the bands are found for those primers, and for your homicidal case, so there are no bands are formed. It is just simplified case. A lot of studies there. Next. So this is now we not only relied on the PCR, we went for the sequencing also. So many times PCR cannot give you correct data also. So we went to the sequencing of the water sample as well as for the antemortem sample of the drowned mice, the DNA, the amplicon, the PCR amplicon. And what was found, that the diatoms found in the water sample, it matched with the diatoms which were sequenced in the antemortem sample, that is the PCR amplicon of the antemortem drowned mice. So they were the similar types, proving that the markers were perfect, the markers were correct. So the plant gene marker which we synthesized were correct, and they can be used for the further studies, or they should be studied for the case studies also. But as I said, in labs, we only follow the SOPs. So thereafter, I left the FSL in 2013 and joined the academia. So whatever study you do, it is, if in the SOP is there, you can do. If it is not in the SOP, you cannot do. Next. So now let's discuss 2 or 3 cases. There are many cases I did, but I'll just discuss just 2 or 3 cases of national importance which I did. Next. There was a, okay, come to the picture. Next. Yeah. So there was this case of a boy's dead body found near the river, not in the river, near the river in Yamunanagar district. So the boy had a sharp injury, as you can see, deep lesion. Why the slide is not coming complete? Yeah, now it's complete. Yeah. So there's a deep lesion in the head region. And next slide. Oh, you can see there is no clenching of the hand also. And there is no froth from the nose and conjunctivitis of the eye. So no clenching of the hand matlab means what? The body didn't struggle for life. The body didn't struggle for life. Means the person was dead when in water or near water, right? Because if there was a clenching of hand, there might be a reason for him to be in water struggling. So there is no clenching of the hand. There is the protuberance of the tongue is there. There is no froth from the mouth and the nose. So now it's hinting that it might not be a case of drowning, but yes, we have to do the case. So when we did the case, so the diatoms were found in the water sample, but they were not found in the biological sample. Next. So this was the, yeah. So skin peeled off, petrified, and this already I said, it was emitting foul smell, so highly decomposed. Next is the case of national importance. This was a case when I just joined the FSL Haryana in 2009 as a senior scientific officer biology. So I remember that day when I got a call from Director of FSL, I was at my hometown. He said, "When will you come immediately?" So it was Saturday. I came immediately to Madhuban, and there were a lot of media people outside. Well, was unaware, and he said, "There's one case which you have to do," but he didn't tell me anything about the case. And then at that time, we had Professor T.D. Dogra, must be like. Professor T.D. Dogra was there. He was at that time head of AIMS Delhi. And he said, "There's a case in which you have to do. And we will be there till you complete the case." I said, "No, it requires at least 2-3 days for the case." No, you do the case and we will be here only." Okay, fine. So we did the case, whatever the sample was there. Case came out to be positive. Now, what is the case about? Then later on, they discussed the complete case with me. Now, the case is about these two ladies. I have concealed their face. These were two Muslim ladies, Nilofer Jan and Asya Jan. Probably they were, the allegation was that they were raped and murdered at the Shofia River in Jammu and Kashmir. And there was a lot of hue and cry, and that the army was patrolling there, and that probably was a job of the army people, that they raped and murdered these two females. And lot of things happened, but the law also confessed that no, this can't be the thing. It need to be evaluated. So the bodies were exhumed and the case was handled to CBI and AIMS Delhi. And from AIMS Delhi, the case came to FSL Haryana and it was reported by me. Next slide. So the samples which we got, there were a lot of samples which were exhumed. As we know that femur bone is a correct sample, we got the femur bone, but beside that, they gave all the sample. They gave us the lungs, sternum, everything. So the diatoms were found in all the sample. Well, it was found in the femur bone marrow also, and it matched with the diatoms which were found in the biological sample. Now, the point over here which Dr. Dover added was that now these were two females, one was married and other was unmarried. The unmarried girl, because the bodies were exhumed and examined by the AIMS doctor, they said that the unmarried girl was still a virgin. So the doctors also were reported as it was a case of rape. I think some thing happened. I don't want to discuss over here. So, and it came out to be a case of drowning. Well, the case report was shown to the Jammu High Court. I remember I just gave the report to the Dr. Dogra. He said, "You have to come to Jammu High Court." I said, "Sir, I won't be coming to the Jammu High Court because of some personal reasons." So he said, "You make a PowerPoint presentation of your case." "Okay, I will present the case." I said, "Okay." So I made a PowerPoint presentation. At that time, CDs used to be. So I presented the case in my CD and gave to him. Well, one fine day I was coming to the lab, and the guys in the lab said, "Madam, आपने जम्मू बंद करा दिया. The Jammu is closed today." I said, "What happened?" The report is released today, and there was a lot of hue and cry, and the curfew is there. The report is being torn and all those kind of stuff. This is natural, but whatever came in my report, I had to write. But anyway, whatever happened is a history. The case was admitted in the court of law, and it proved to be a case of drowning and not a case of rape and murder, which was earlier thought. Now, I don't know actually what might have happened, but what happens in such kind of cases was, like, there's a bridge where these two ladies might be coming home, and at that moment, their relative, probably her husband, called up that, "Where are you?" And she said that just 10 minutes and we'll be home. But they didn't turn back. And then they kept on searching, and to find out the dead bodies. What might have happened, like they were crossing a bridge. You know, it's the instinct that one person falls, other person tries to save, and the other person also falls. So they had blunt injuries on their head region. So it was not sharp, it was a blunt injury, maybe due to falling on the rock and getting unconscious. And even if they say the Shofia River was not very shallow. But even as I said, it is like you can drown in this, glass of water also. It is just your nasal blocks needs to be blocked. Nothing more than that. We don't need more water for drowning. This much water is enough for drowning. So they got unconscious. I don't know what happened, but yes, there can be a possibility of that. Right? Next slide. So these are the diatoms which are found in the water sample. This particular diatom, Didymosphenia, is a kind of diatom which is found in very low temperate areas. So that shows that this water sample is correct. First to me it was clear that this water sample is correct. Didymosphenia geminata is found in low temperate areas, and these diatoms, they were found in the visceral sample. Other diatoms were also found. They were of the similar type. Next. Now, this case, yes, this one only. Now, as we all remember, Nirbhaya case. Nirbhaya case happened in 2013. 16 December 2012. Now, 16 December 2012, this case happened. The country was in shock. Well, people who are working in FSL, we are every day in shock. Every day we are worried about our own children when we do such case. It's just 1% of the cases which are highlighted in the media. That was just one case. There are so many cases coming daily. So after Nirbhaya case, again a case was highlighted in 2013 April. That was Bhandara rape and murder case of Maharashtra. So that was a rape and murder of 3 little girls, sisters, which was again highlighted, and like the country was saying, we are not improving and blah, blah kind of things. And these 3 girls have been raped and murdered in a small village. All the men in the village, they were tested for the DNA and all this kind of stuff was done. Nothing was being found out. And the doctors of Maharashtra, government hospital, they said it's a case of rape and murder. And again, I will not speak much because it's a public platform. And then I remember there was the SP Bhandara, she forwarded the case to, again, there's a history in that. The case was forwarded to FSL Haryana and was handled to me. Now, when we did this case, the diatoms, they did drown in the well. So the water sample of the well was there. So the diatoms found in the well sample was similar to the diatoms found in all the female bone marrow of all the 3 little sisters. Now, in short, I will let you know what might have happened. Now, what might have these little girls, they were returning from the school. So the elder sister, she always used to carry the other 2 from the school. They lost their father long time back due to HIV. Other important thing with the lacuna in our labs is that we are not medically insured, which I always say, we are not medically insured, which is not good because we are handling decomposed cases. Mycobacteria are the most popular thing which we are facing. Now, it's good that we follow the protocol, wear the mask, everything. We handle this HIV, is a case of HIV positive case. So he should be very precaution. We never used to think, oh, it's a normal case. No, no. Wear your mask, wear your gloves every time. Don't be very casual. You never know what that case might be. So we later on read the news that they lost their father long time back. Their father was HIV positive. So there was a possibility the visceral sample which we handled was HIV positive. Well, the atoms were found in all the visceral samples. Now, what might be the case that there was, as you can see, this small bedding is there. These three little girls, they were sitting. They had some biscuits and toffees sitting there, and they were sitting. But the fence of the well was not very high. Otherwise, the fence of the well is generally high. It was very, very little. So they were sitting. Again, a reflex action. If one falls, other tries to hold, and then that is my opinion, might be. I don't know, right? So that way, all three fell in the well, and it was a case of. Later on, the doctors who did the autopsy, that was on the news which said, I don't know what actually happened. The news, as per the news, they said that we were pressurized by the authorities do the autopsy, but they were not expert in the autopsy. So it's just like the medicine doctor doing the autopsy, some other doctors. So they said that the blood came out from the vagina and all that. So that can be due to putrefaction, decomposition also. We all know. So that can be that reason, not due to the rape and murder only. So that's why I'm saying the expert knowledge is very much necessary, and we have to speak only that much which is required. We don't want to show that we are over intelligent. No, no, no. We don't want to show anyone. Next slide. So this already I have discussed. Next, this also I have discussed. These are the data which were found in the victim 1, 2, 3, and how it matched with that of the water sample well. Next. Yeah. Yes. So what we have learned is, keep on clicking till it comes all. So what we have learned is that the correct sample is very much necessary. The chain of custody, the packaging and forwarding of the sample, whether it's a dip of the datum, DNA, anything in forensic science, we work in collaboration. If we fail at any one step, we fail to give justice to the victim. We fail, right? So the correct sample is femur bone marrow, tibia, or humerus, or some distant organs, or the tissue from the left chamber of the heart, sternum, lungs, clavicle are the wrong sample. For the diatom examination, water sample approximately 2 liters is very necessary for matching the diatoms were found in the water sample or not. If they're not found in the water sample, you will keep on finding they are not there. Now, related to this, I want to add on, because in the research what we did, so as you know, diatoms, everybody on this planet is struggling for competition. So in a water body, if we have bigger plants, like we all know, we have seen Ishornia, the big plants which bloom out as a weeds. So, but they have sometimes water also. So in such water bodies where we have either the green algae or the Ishornia, the diatom population is about nil. So in such water body, if we have a drowned body, the possibility of finding diatom becomes nil. So because I had done the earlier study, so there's a pond in near Ambala bus stand where there was a lot of green algae and a lot of Ishornia, where we couldn't find any diatom. And after a year or so, we found a case related to that. And there was some other officer doing the case, and she called and said, "Vanna, its datum is not coming, but it should come." So I saw her water sample. I said, "Ma'am, it will not come because it is written green alga. It will not have diatoms because there's a competition. The bigger plants compete for sunlight. Now, the bigger plants compete for sunlight, the diatom cannot bloom out. So whether it's a bigger green alga or whether it's the Ishornia, they take all the sunlight. For the smaller organism like the diatoms, they will not bloom. They will not be there. So that information also you should have. Next. Yeah, this already guys, do's and don'ts. So the conclusion is that the diatom study is a golden tool for ascertaining the depth to drowning, and we should proceed for further SOPs, further remarkable studies to incorporate not only the datum, I will not speak only of the datum, but as a whole for the forensic community, we should find out more advanced studies and we should incorporate them into our SOPs. And definitely for the datums, enough is being said. Thank you so much. Next slide. Yeah, I'm thankful to Department of Biotechnology because of which this research has been done. I'm thankful to Indo-French Research Project. I'm thankful to DST SOAB. I'm thankful to the gifted datum from Michael Stringer, Daniel Matthews, University of Basel, Switzerland, and Omaru datum slide by Diane Winter, Director and Staff of Forensic Science Laboratory, Haryana, where I did the cases in capacity of Senior Scientific Officer, and my present alma mater, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, Central University. Thank you, and thank you. Thank you. Next slide. And I'm thankful to my PhD students, Ankesh, Varna Srotia, Priyanka Khandalwal, Gurpreet Singh, and Urvashi Soni, and a bunch of MSc students. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful presentation. It is my privilege and honor to extend a heartfelt thanks to our esteemed resource person, Dr. Vandana, for that incredibly insightful and thought provoking session. Your research and expertise in diatom forensics have truly illuminated a crucial yet lesser known aspect of forensic science. We appreciate your time, knowledge, and dedication to advancing forensic investigations. On behalf of ICAFS 25, I invite Ms. Nandini Katare to give a memento and certificate of appreciation to Dr. Vandana as a token of gratitude. We are really grateful for your time and expertise. Thank you once again for gracing us with your presence and your valuable contribution to this event. We look forward to more opportunities to learn from you in the future. Thank you, ma'am. We begin with the technical session 2 after the lunch break. So the delegates can move for lunch, but we will be having Lata ma'am's session online. So you can join through the Zoom link that has been sent to your WhatsApp group and have lunch and attend the session at the same time, because if we delay starting the next session, our presentations will be delayed. And also, this video of Lata ma'am's session will be uploaded in our YouTube channel. So we'll share the link as well. So you can move for lunch.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Or maybe people are still joining. I will make myself loud. Screen share. Hello, can you hear me?
National Conference, where we continue our exploration of significant advancements in forensic science. Forensic science is a discipline that constantly evolves to meet the challenges posed by modern criminal investigation. One such crucial area of the study is the analysis of drug abuse, pharmaceutical compounds, and their forensic implications. These substances are often involved in criminal activities, including drug facilitated crimes, illicit drug trafficking, and forensic toxicology cases. To lead us through an insightful discussion on this topic, we are privileged to have with us a distinguished expert in forensic and analytical chemistry, Dr. Lata Gautam.
Shall I start? Can you hear me
Good
okay?
afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Lata, ma'am.
Yeah, can you see my screen? Can you hear me?
Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are. You are. But can you hear me? Right. Okay.
So good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are. But can you not hear me? Okay, let me stop sharing. Can you not hear me?
Ma'am, we can't hear you.
Okay. I could hear. I could hear you.
You're not audible, ma'am. We're just checking the issue. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay. Nine. Hmm? Can you hear me now?
I will take this opportunity to introduce our distinguished speaker to the delegates. Dr. Lata Gautam is an associate professor in forensic science at the School of Life Sciences, Faculty of Engineering and Science, Angela Ruskin University, Cambridge, United Kingdom. With over 25 years of experience in forensic and analytical chemistry, Dr. Lata has made significant contribution to forensic toxicology, drug of abuse analysis, and investigative methodologies related to drug-facilitated sexual assault. Her expertise extends to the analysis of pharmaceutical and illicit compound in biological and environmental matrices, providing critical insights into forensic investigation. In addition to her research, Dr. Lata has played a pivotal role in curriculum development and policy reform within the scientific and academic community. From January 22 to June 2024, she served as the Faculty of Science and Engineering Race Equality Lead
focusing on equity and inclusivity in forensic education and research. Her efforts have been directed towards identifying structural and cultural challenges within academic framework and ensuring diversity in forensic science education and practice. Dr. Lata is currently at the forefront of research on drink spiking, working with a multidisciplinary team to drive policy changes, develop investigative toolkits, and enhance forensic methodologies for detecting and analyzing spiked substances. Her dedication to forensic science is reflected in her numerous research publications, international conference presentation, and supervision of over 10 PhD scholars. Additionally, her first co-authored book, Controlled Drug Analysis, published by the Royal Society of Chemistry, is soon to be released. With her extensive experience, innovative research, and commitment to forensic science education, Dr. Lata continues to shape the future of forensic chemistry and toxicology. So now, without further delay, I request Dr. Lata Gautam to deliver her technical address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Perfect. Thank you. Just give me a second can you see my screen as well?
Yes, ma'am. Your screen is
visible. Just settings. Right now I'm ready. Thank you so much, everybody. Namaste and good afternoon there and good morning here. Thank you very much for lovely introduction. Due to Bandanaji's presentation extending further, I was able to put this additional slide. I looked at the theme of this conference, which is in advancing forensic science through interdisciplinary collaboration. And the topic that I'm talking to you today required me to work with people from different sectors. Some examples are health sector people, medicine, public health, because the drink spiking survivors or victims end up in hospital. So therefore they need that medical care. Drink spiking itself is a public health problem. In terms of investigation, we need to work with policing, criminology sector, and social sciences colleagues as well to understand the behavior of perpetrator or what can be done. Forensic science, obviously, looking into toxicology, analytical sciences, biology, depending on the outcome of the drink spiking. Legal side, always forensic science. Everybody works with legal side, charity and advocacy groups in terms of changing the legislation and so on, or advocating for those changes, and government departments to bring any changes that we wanted. It's just the opportunity I had to be able to put this slide. Let's now start with what is ring spiking or what is needling. So adding different compounds to somebody's food or drink. These different compounds are, it could be even alcohol, adding alcohol to non-alcoholic drink, adding higher strength alcohol to lower strength alcoholic drink, adding a medicine or pharmaceutical compound to somebody's drink or food, and adding drugs of abuse to somebody's food or drink. That constitutes drink spiking. Okay? Generally, people don't realize or don't know that adding alcohol to non-alcoholic drink or to adding higher strength to lower strength of alcoholic drink also constitutes drink spiking. In 2021, in UK, there was news related to something called needling. So needling is spiking via injection. These days, we can see news related to vape spiking, and we know already about the food spiking that has been happening for decades, for many years actually. Again, going with the theme of interdisciplinary collaboration and interdisciplinary research and its importance, when the news broke out in 2021, I started thinking on what can be done, because it's not one person's problem. It's not a problem that can be sorted, fixed by one group of people working on it. Therefore, at Anglia Ruskin University, we took 5 stages approach. We thought, where do we stand? How many people? What is the perception? What is the scale? What is the prevalence of drinks spiking cases? Therefore, we conducted with Drink Aware, which is the monitor is called like DrinkAware Monitor. DrinkAware were our funders for the research. It's a charity. So they collected data from more than 6,000 participants in 2022. And in 2023, we had response from more than 10,000 participants to understand the knowledge, perception, experience, reporting or not reporting, and the impact of drink spiking in United Kingdom. Then I also thought, just knowing what people are saying is not enough. We also need to know what venues are doing, what nightlife venues are doing, whether they have introduced any initiatives, whether they have noticed drink spiking cases, and if they have reported these cases to police. If they haven't reported, why haven't they reported these cases? Then third stage of our research was to look at what are the testing kits that are commercially available in market, because people could be buying these by thinking they're protecting themselves by testing these, but do they actually work for what they are being sold for? Then we also collected drinks from clubs and bars in Cambridgeshire as a proof of concept. We collected 236 drinks and tested them in lab using presumptive testing kit as well as gas chromatography mass spectrometry. We then collected also or had opportunity to work with Cambridgeshire Constabulary, where we had access to urine samples from LS victims or survivors of the crime, where there was no evidentiary value for further investigation. Therefore, we had access to these urine samples through their retrospective consent to be able to use them for research. So I'll be sharing some of the findings from that. In my slides, I have used hyperlink for my audience. I have shared the slides already. Therefore, you could access any of these reports online. When the news broke out in 2021, so this is news from 2022 that highlights the Police Chief Council, they urged people to report spiking. When they asked people to report spiking cases, because one of the things we talk about is there is already low or less reporting of this crime type. So within 1 year, in this slide, you can see how many cases were reported. So reporting doesn't mean all of these cases were convicted or prosecuted. That's other problem that I will talk to you later about. But in terms of the types of cases, there were spiking by needle, spiking through the drinks, spiking by other means, for example, cigarettes or food. That's where the vape spiking comes in. But you could see within 1 year, there were about 4,924 cases reported to police. So then universities had to start thinking on how do we protect our students. Universities UK published guideline. So that guideline can be accessed through the link. Then House of Commons Home Affairs Committee had meetings, that reports published in terms of where do we stand, what do we need to do, what can be done. So these are two different reports from Home Affairs Committee. So from these documents, they're quite big documents. What they talk about overall is the scale of the problem. How can we either prevent and deter? Rather than prevention, it's a deterring this spiking, because one can't really prevent spiking because it's not within our hands. We can't really control the perpetrator's behavior. How can we deter spiking so that people would start thinking it's a crime and stop spiking? So how can we detect and investigate spiking cases? And what is the government response? Let's now bring back closer to home. I'm from Nepal, for your information. Let's now come to India. And one might think, oh, we haven't heard about these cases, but there are problems with reporting and there are other issues as well. There is lack of awareness too. So that these are 3 news clips from India that I wanted to share with you. Some, even though it mentions drinking spiked alcohol, so dead after drinking that drink that was spiked with alcohol. So we need to think about the alcohol production, whether there is more methanol being produced and maybe the quality control or checking in local productions. But there are also news related to the last one. If we look at woman vanishes with gold and money after drugging bumble date in Gurgaon. Okay, these are just examples. That doesn't mean just the crime is happening in Gurgaon. It could be happening elsewhere too. But the last news actually also defies the normal belief. We tend to think the male are actually spiking females drink, but that news actually proves that's not the case. So there are different motives for why people spike, and everybody is affected by spiking. So men are also equally affected by spiking. So this is one of the findings from our Drink Aware Monitor survey, where we had 6,318 participants. It's nationally representative for UK. And when we asked them if they had ever been victim of drink spiking, 11.3% said yes. And 1.7% prefer not to say that could be they didn't want to tell. And there were 8.1% not sure. So you could see the number is quite less. If you are interested to know by where do we stand by gender, our research shows 13% of women and 9% men were spiked, whereas if we compare that with other research that is published, very comparable number, 11% women and 6% men were spiked, according to YouGov poll. So after being spiked, then for those 11% people that we talked about, after being spiked, what happened to them? 16% of them, so first of all, out of 6,000 plus number, 748 people said they were being spiked or drugged. Okay? Out of 748 people, for 55% of them, nothing happened after being spiked. Okay? But for remaining 45%, we are talking about human beings here. Even if it is one person is impacted, we need to take it seriously. And I'm talking about 45% of 748 people. 5% preferred still not to say, but 4% were raped and 8% were sexually assaulted. There were other reasons were theft, robbery, blackmail, harassment, intimidation, and prank. How can anybody spike anybody for prank and fun? Right? Where are we going wrong? Okay, let's now look at the gender divide in this one. So you can see pink represents male in this case and blue for female. Normally we tend to think female are the victims and male are the perpetrators, but this data shows not necessarily the case. You can see certain crime types are more happening to men after them being spiked. So therefore we need to realize that it can happen to anybody at any time. So it's not just the female problem. Drink spiking can also lead to drug-facilitated sexual assault, and that's the topic that I have been focusing on research for about now, let's say more than 20 years. So drug-facilitated sexual assault is the sexual assault committed when the person is under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Because of the influence of drugs or alcohol, they are unable to fight back, unable to resist, and they haven't given consent. There are 2 to 3 different types of drug-facilitated sexual assault, but I would like to make you clear that drink spiking does not always lead to DFSA, but we looked at 8% of those respondents said they were victims of the outcome was sexual assault and 4% said rape. So that's where I wanted to link, there is indirect link. So now we want to talk about what drugs are associated. We don't actually know the complete picture of what is associated because it's really hard. If the cases are not reported on time, we may not detect the drugs. So we can't really make that complete picture. But most commonly reported compounds are alcohol, benzodiazepines, GSB and GBL, ketamine, and some other drugs. Why these compounds specifically? So when these compounds are added to drinks, they are not changing the color. They are not changing the smell of the drink or the taste of the drink. They dissolve quickly. There is no precipitation or any physical changes being noticed. These drugs they are mostly sedatives, not always, but mostly sedatives, and they produced amnesic property. They have amnesic property by which the victim or survivor doesn't realize what happened to them in the intervening period once they were spiked. Okay. Let's now look at how easy is it to spike them. So if we look at the first column, it shows the type of compounds. The second column shows the forms, whether powders, tablets, crystals, whatever the form they are available, or as liquid. We wanted to check simply solubility. They all are, except benzodiazepines. Some benzodiazepines are not soluble in water, but mostly they are soluble in water and ethanol. So if they are soluble that easily, and that could be the reason why perpetrators are spiking using certain type of drugs. While we can't say these are exactly the signs and symptoms, but that would vary depending on the compound, dose, the even individual differences, whether the drug was used in empty stomach or in full stomach and things like that. However, generally, people have been reporting symptoms of or signs of lowered inhibition, loss of balance, feeling sleepy, having visual problems. During needling cases, people were talking about difficulty in walking and feeling pain, feeling numbness, vomiting, unconscious, being unconscious, losing the memory or having fragmented memory. Okay, but all of these signs and symptoms would vary depending, or could vary depending on what was being used, how much was being used. Okay. For every country, we have different guidelines to follow for any analysis types. For example, for sexual assault related cases, there are United Nations level guidelines, but there are definitely country level guidelines here. So I'm thinking in India as well, we might have our country level guidelines there. There is Faculty of Forensic and Legal Medicine guideline as well that talks about collection of sample types. Currently, that's the only guideline where I can see the drink spiking specific information is being mentioned. Okay. So when the drug is added, whether it's a drug as pharmaceutical or alcohol or drugs of abuse is added to the drink, and I mentioned earlier, it doesn't change the taste or the color. GPO literature indicates it's bitter in taste, but the drink already has that certain taste. Therefore, people might not be realizing, even though the drug has certain taste in itself, but because it's added to the drink and the person might be drinking alcohol or non-alcoholic drink, might be in noisy situation, having fun with friends and so on, the people are not realizing the change in the taste. Okay, causes sedation and amnesia. So therefore, generally the cases are reported late. Whether cases are reported late or on time, generally if the cases are reported on time, for forensic toxicology, we collect blood and urine sample as the main sample types. Hair sample can also be analyzed for cases where they are reported late. Drink samples, if they are collected on time, can also be analyzed. But what is the chance of drink sample being collected on time? What is the chance of person realizing it on time and the drink is protected as well, right? There are certain analytical challenges that we as toxicologists need to be aware of. So there are sample collection windows recommended by United Nations of Drugs and Crime, as well as country guidelines and so on. Normally for blood sample, you collect it post-incident for up to 48 hours because drug starts clearing from your blood, okay? From urine sample, United Nations guideline, which is a bit older now, it talks about 1 week. And in UK, we had, for drink spiking cases, we had 5 days rules for police before. It has been recently changed to 4 days now. So the urine sample is collected post-incident from reporting, like post-incident within 4 days. And hair sample can be collected months and years later, depending on the length of the year that person might have. Drink containers, food and vomit can also be collected and analyzed. So why did I talk about that timeline? So in this slide, I have 4 different types of drugs in the first column, and I might be speaking very fast. I'm conscious of time, and I have other session to attend to. Therefore, I'm trying to speed up. We have some examples of drugs in the first column. In the second column, I have half-life. So let's pick GSB there. So if somebody is exposed to GSB through drink spiking or other means, within 20 minutes to 1 hour, so there is individual variation, right? So within that time frame, 50% of the GSB that the person is exposed to is already removed from their body, changed, cleared. If we now add that, so remaining 50% would be cleared in next 20 minutes to 1 hour. So already within, even if somebody has that longer half-life, which is 1 hour, within 2 hours, first 50% and then 25%, means 75% is cleared. So if you do that calculation, in about 5 hours, GSB is completely removed from our body. Okay? If we now use ketamine as an example, ketamine has half-life of 2.5 hours to 3 hours. In the first 3 hours, half of the ketamine is cleared. Then in next 3 hours, the remaining half is cleared. So already 75% is gone. So from that calculation, within 10 to 12 hours of post-spiking, the drug is clear from the system. Then what is the chance? If the sample is collected late, what is the chance of detecting this drug? The onset time is time when the person starts experiencing the symptoms or the effect of that drug. For GSB, it's 20 to 60 minutes, really quick, but ketamine is super quick, 1 to 5 minutes. The person starts feeling unconscious, difficulty in breathing, and various different symptoms. Normally, media portrays flunitrazepam as one of the day trip drugs, but it has longer half-life and onset time is shorter or comparable to GSB. We analyzed drink samples because the drink is the first entry point for drugs, not always possible to collect. By knowing it, still we wanted to see, can actually drugs be detected from drinks, and are they stable? Okay, so this is a bit older paper, but that was the beginning stage in terms of my journey in drug-facilitated sexual assault, that research area. So at that time, we selected 3 benzodiazepines. We selected 5 different drinks, stored them at 4 degrees centigrade, and also in a freezer, room temperature, light and dark for 25 days to see, do we detect drugs until that period? So these are some results to share with you. So we have the first, these color-coded bars represent different drinks. A is for flunitrazepam, B is for diazepam. 0 is for time 0. So once it was spiked in the lab, what response did we get from GCMS? If the drug is stable, we would expect the similar peak height to be observed in all study time. Overall, for flunitrazepam, it's not bad at all because we still are detecting quite good response, right? When we come to diazepam, still is not that bad at all because there could be within 25 days, there is pH variation, different components present in drink, so the drug might not be stable, but still shows fairly good stability. But if we now look at temazepam, then stability is quite significantly decreased to the point 97% loss of temazepam was noticed. Okay, so what this tells you is drinks have to be stored in correct method, whatever the method allows you to detect drugs for longer, so immediately refrigerated or frozen. Drinks have to be collected, once collected, have to be analyzed immediately after, is the main suggestion from this finding. Let's now look at what is happening in commercial domain. So when the drink spiking news came out, people started then manufacturing different kits and selling it. So these are some examples of different types of kits that are commercially available now. The first one is color-based testing kit. You can use that kit, or the manufacturer says it's a kit for GSB and ketamine detection. The second one is wristband, and people are using that in generally festivals. Yeah, in the circular spot that we see, if you put a drop of the drink, it shows the color change to blue. If GSB is present, is what the manufacturers say. For the first one, if you put a drop of the drink, that pink side of the strip might change to yellow side changes to blue, and pink side changes to a bit stronger pink. Okay, that's what the manufacturers say. Okay, here at the bottom that we could see 2 different types of testing kits, one as a strip, but based on immunoassay testing kit. Let's now see, when you are using the color testing kit, there is subjectivity because the color change is quite subtle. Also, there is higher false positive rate because there is red wine, colored drinks, non-alcoholic as well, and some other drinks are giving higher false positive results. Immunoassay-based testing kit did not have false positive results, but they all have limited capability. United Nations document talks about analyzing about 80 different drugs. And the drugs market is growing every day, so we don't even know what drugs might be used. Therefore, more drugs have to be analyzed, and these kits would allow only for testing 1 or 2 or few drugs. Immunoassay-based testing kit allows for testing groups of drugs, so therefore has the ability to test for more drugs. Okay. One other interesting thing is related to COVID testing kit. If we compare with COVID testing kit, we all still freshly remember how the kits worked. And the findings, the positive results using immunoassay testing kit is opposite of COVID testing kit. Therefore, one would be confused. What I meant by that is, in these testing kits, if you see 2 lines, that means it's negative results. If you see 1 line, that means it's positive result. So one would be confused or could be confused. That's also opposite to pregnancy testing kit. So it probably would be a good idea to think from that angle as well. We collected drinks from bars and clubs in Cambridgeshire. We collected 236 drinks. So these are some examples of drinks that you see in the first column, just the serial number or symbol numbers. In second column, we have said IAT1. So that's immunoassay-based testing kit 1, one of the testing kits we used. CT1 is color-based testing kit. CT2 is other color-based testing kit, and gas chromatography mass spectrometry results at the last column. So the same samples analyzed using commercially available kits, as well as the technology that court considers as accepted. No, we had negative results using immunoassay testing kit, but that testing kit could only test for benzodiazepine. So their GSB and ketamine would not have been detected by that. But CT1 and CT2, these are color-based testing kits. They would have shown the presence of, let's say, GSB. If they are to work well, as the manufacturers say, we would have detected GSB and ketamine using those test kits. When we analyze the sample using gas chromatography, you can see all of the results were negative. Now one has to think about, do they actually work? Do they do the job that they are meant to do the job? Okay, so I will leave you to think on that. We also had access to urine samples, I mentioned before, and there are a few different types of urine testing kits available in market. Some examples are like cup type, and the lines or strips that we are seeing, you can add more lines and increases the price, but it does have ability to test for many drugs. Okay, but in market, you could see this zone testing kit that's only for benzodiazepines testing. So as an user, when I'm going for night out with my friends, if I want to remain safe, then I would have to invest quite a lot of money in buying these kits to then check. So therefore, again, other thing that we need to think, and hence deterring rather than prevention methods might be way forward. So we had access to 8 urine samples from consenting participants. We analyzed those urine samples using this multi-drug rapid testing kit that allows us to detect 13 different drug classes rather than just drugs, but except GSB. So we tested using this cup, and you could see the results here. So 8 samples, we tested using 2 different testing methods, Bizedo for benzodiazepines only, and for 13 different classes of drugs. And we found our results were negative. And when we analyzed the samples using ZCMS as well, we did not detect any of the drugs of abuse that we had included in our method. So why could the results be negative? Well, we need to think about the gap between incident sample collection, because I talked about 2 slides on timeline and how it is important. Gap from sample collection to analysis. In some cases, we had more than 1 year gap there. And also drugs and metabolites could have also been cleared, but method might not be sensitive enough to detect those drugs. The storage condition could have impacted, and there are various different reasons. It could simply be alcohol spiking related case too. I would like to finish off with problem. So this is one of those data that was published in Home Affairs Committee report. Since then, there have been few cases that have been successfully convicted. If we think about 486 string spiking incidents being reported at the beginning, right? Out of those cases, only 27 led to arrest, but no perpetrator was taken to court. It's really sad to see this. What can we all do? It's our joint responsibility. It's our problem. It's a societal problem. What can everybody do, not just forensic scientists? Today is about interdisciplinary research and collaboration. When we think about interdisciplinary research, we need to think about the funding, resources. We need to think about research and data collection. I hope I have given you some snapshot of the research that we have done. I would like to focus on awareness and education. How can somebody spike somebody's drink for prank? Where are we going wrong with that? I'm currently on education sabbatical, and we have introduced drink spiking as a concept to 2 groups of students, forensic science and physician associates, one from investigative point of view, other from medical point of view. We are currently developing education toolkit that can be introduced in university level. Happy to share with everybody in India as well. And in this toolkit, we have included information like what is drink spiking, what can we do, how to report it if that happens to you, where do you seek support from. So that kind of information is packaged together using integrated approach. But because it's not one person's problem and just forensic scientists working alone is not going to solve this problem, we have a drink spiking stakeholder group. We meet and we talk about having clear communication, having the right messaging, what can we do together, how can we share this information, and so on. That's what we have been working on together. And we are working with charity sectors and others as well, so that we could advocate for changing the legislation is the end game and end goal. So some references, and without people's help, funding, and funding, students, research assistants working with me, I would not have been able to put this together and be able to share with you. I would really appreciate your feedback on presentation today. Apologies that I had to rush up because I have other meetings soon. If you could scan QR code and in your own time, if you could please provide feedback, would be amazing. I'll just give 1 or 2 minutes there. I can still stay for 5 more minutes so we can have question answer. Thank you very much. I hope you could hear. I will stop sharing. Did you hear?
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful presentation. So the session is open for questions. So delegates, if you have any question, you may please raise your hand. Or you can put your questions in the chat box in case you are an online participant. Okay, so since we don't have any questions, on behalf of International Conference on Advances in Forensic Science 2025, I extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. Lata Gautam for delivering an insightful and comprehensive session on forensic toxicology and drug analysis. Your expertise and pioneering research have provided us with valuable perspective on the forensic challenges associated with drug-related offenses and investigative techniques. We are grateful for your time and expertise, ma'am. Thank you once again for gracing us with your presence and for your valuable contribution to this event. We look forward to more opportunities to learn from you in future. Thank you, ma'am.
Very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Apologies, I rushed. Now I have a meeting at 9:40. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. So next we will begin with our online oral and poster presentations. I request Professor Devi S. to share the insights about the sessions.
Presenters who are presenting through online mode, please listen to the guidelines carefully. You have to first rename yourself according to the paper ID or the poster ID that has been given to you. And there have been panels that has been informed to you earlier in a file. Please check it in your WhatsApp group or in your mail, which panel you belong to according to your poster ID or paper ID. Please note again, you have to rename yourself in Zoom with your paper ID or poster ID. So there are total 4 panels for the oral presentation and there are 2 panels for the online poster presentation. So we will be making breakout rooms for you to join in these panels. So you have to join the breakout room with the name of the panel that is assigned to you. If you have any doubts in joining the breakout room, please put your query in the chat box or in the WhatsApp group that you are added in. The representation ID is present in one or column one. Please click on Join option that is next to open presentation panel 1. I repeat, if your paper ID or name is present in part 1, panel 1, you have to click on the breakout room option that is given there, open presentation panel number 1, FCT. If you don't know how to get into this screen option, below next to the option you can see a breakout room option. The cursor is kept over there. For the ones who don't know how to reach to the breakout room option, please click on the breakout room icon that is next to the apps below your screen. If your name is in part 2, panel 2, FCTFBFA, please join the second breakout room that is open presentation panel 2, FB. Now, for the ones whose name is in track 3, panel 3, please join the third breakout room. And for the ones in track 4, panel 4, you can join the fourth breakout room. Open presentation, panel 4. The next one, poster presentation, you can see panel number 7, poster presentation panel number 7, please join that breakout room. And if your name is in panel number 8, please join in poster presentation panel number 8. Still, if you need any clarity, please text in the WhatsApp group or in the Zoom chat.
Ma'am, I think we can start. Everyone is present here.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon to chairpersons, esteemed delegates, and participants present here at ICAFS 2025. I, Ms. Vismaya SR, Assistant Professor, Department of Forensic Science, Kristu Jayanti College, will be the moderator for the oral presentation panel 1 today. It is with great honor that we commence the oral presentation session of this international conference, where we shall witness cutting-edge research and novel contributions to the field of forensic science. Before we begin, it is my privilege to formally welcome the chairpersons of this session, who bring with them vast experience and extensive contribution to the forensic science, Dr. Rina Susan Philip and Dr. Glorita Fernandez. Dr. Rina Susan Philip is the head Department of Forensic Science at Jain deemed to be University, Bangalore, with over 21 years of academic experience in forensic science education, research, and curriculum development. She has played a key role in mentoring students, designing innovative learning programs, and integrating forensic science theory with practical applications. From 2015 to 2019, Dr. Rina served as a cultural convener where she successfully organized national conferences, academic events, and cultural programs, demonstrating strong leadership and expertise in the event management. Her contribution to forensic research and education make her an invaluable part of ICAFS 2025, and it is an honor to have her as a chairperson for the oral presentation session. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dr. Glorita Fernandez is an assistant professor at the National Forensic Science University, Goa, with an extensive experience in forensic education, research, and curriculum design. She holds a PhD in criminology and forensic science from Karnataka University, Dharwad, and has previously served as an assistant professor at Jain University, Bangalore. Her expertise include forensic chemical sciences, fingerprint science, fire investigation, and forensic toxicology. Dr. Fernandez has been actively involved in mentoring students, organizing national forensic conferences, and conducting forensic training programs. She is also a life member of multiple forensic associations and has numerous research publications in reputed journals. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
With their academic excellence, research expertise, and leadership in forensic education, Dr. Rina Susan Philip and Dr. Glorita Fernandez will guide the oral presentation at ICAFS 2025, ensuring that this session upholds the highest academic and professional standards. We now move forward with the oral presentation, where researchers and scholars from across the globe will present their findings, contributions to advancement in forensic science. Participants, please note the time limit is 7 minutes for presentation, followed by a question and answer session. I now call upon the first presenter, 25 ICAFS OPON FCT 01. I repeat, 25 ICAFS OPON FCT 01.
Ma'am, I'm audible and visible.
Yes, you're audible, and you'll be given 7 minutes for your presentation as well as question and answer session. Yes?
Presentation for...
Yeah, screen will be shared now. And the timer is there. So you can have a count, check on the time also.
Okay. A warm good afternoon to one. Today I'm going to present on the topic chemical profiling of Gaskepella civita, medium reactor, and Catharine roses using FTR spectroscopy. Let's move on to the introduction part of the presentation. As plants which on consumption or in with interaction with them we cause irritation or any damage to human and animal body. In this study, we are focusing on 3 plants belongs to the family Apocynaceae, which is also known as domain family. It has several medical and other features and used for medicinal purposes. First, we are looking to the small description about character and the sources. The plant is shown in the figure 1. It was originated in the Madagascar and it is used for several medicinal purposes as well as ornamental purposes. Next slide, please. Yes. Next, we are looking on to the plant number 2, Nerium oleander. It also known as oleander, pink oleander in common names. It is also a ornamental flower, which is widely used all over the world. As it has significant medicinal purposes and other uses, and it also contains, if we look into the forensic aspect of Nerium oleander, it contains cardiac glycosides, and the bioactive compounds contained may include alkaloids, flavonoids, etc. And by the consumption of this plant, it will affect our cardiovascular system and causes severe symptoms such as dizziness, diarrhea, and even to death. And next, we are moving on to the plant Caspella thievetia. It's also known as yellow oleander. Also, it has also medicinal values and uses. Beyond that, it contains cardiac glycosides like thioretin A and thioretin B are the major compounds contained in this plant. It also has high toxic effect on human as well as animal body, and it also affects the cardiac system of human beings. And I'm going to explain a few description about FTIR. The instrument used for this particular study, FTIR, it implicates or it describes as Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. It's analytical technique used to examine the functional groups present in a compound. The main working principle behind the FTIR spectroscope is the interaction between matter with infrared radiations. Next slide. The main aim of the study is to characterize Nerium oleander, character and the sources, and Caspella thievetia using FTIR spectroscopy. And those objectives are to create a database from the obtained results and to find out that there is any relation between the presence of organic compounds present in these plants as they belong to the same family. Next slide. Yeah, we are going to the methodological part of the study, the sample collection preparation. The different parts of the 3 plants were collected. The preparation of the sample was done by cleaning the different parts with water and kept it dried under sunlight for few weeks. After the drying is over, we are crush the plant parts using the help of a mortar and pestle and packed separately in Ziploc containers, and the sample is being analyzed with the help of FTIR spectrometer. Next slide. In the analytical technique used here is FTIR. The samples were used. Were analyzed using FTIR, ATIR spectrometer. This chosen range for the analysis purpose is between 400 to 4000 centimeter in the mid-range of the IR spectra. Before running the sample, we want to run a background single channel. After that, we want to run the sample. Before running each sample, we want to sterilize the surface with methanol or ethanol, and the sample is run for 3 times to ensure its credibility, and the mean value of the three runs may be taken into consideration. Next slide. These are the few results of the spectra obtained as a result of our FTIR analysis. Next slide. And these are the spectra obtained with the ma'am, back to the analytical slide. Back one more. Yeah, for the analysis of the spectra, we have used an database known as How to Read and Interpret FTIR Spectroscope Organic Method. Let's go to the conclusion part. Yes, as the result of the studies, we have obtained several organic compounds like alcohol, starch, primary, secondary, and tertiary amines, quinones, scarnate, and silicate, sulfate ions in tree plants. And the major conclusion of the study is there is a repetition of organic compounds in all tree plants as they belong to the same group. Is the major conclusion we got as a part of the studies. And when we talk about the limitation of the study, we cannot specifically identify the quantitative analysis of each toxic compounds, and the sample was limited. We had only taken into consideration about three plants which belongs to the family. And if we use hypercreated techniques like HPLC and mass spectroscopy, it will be helpful for future perspectives. And this study will helps to analyze the unknown samples we found from the crime scene and to identify its or species of origin, and also helps to identify the geographical location of the samples also. Next. These are those references that had been used for the purpose of the study. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Chairpersons, the session is open for question.
Stable handwriting feature.
Sir?
Right?
Sir, can you please repeat the question?
Identifying stable handwriting feature.
Yes, sir. To identify handwriting features when.
Handwriting?
Sir, like we have took the general handwriting form, and we have took 4 different handwriting styles like cursive writing, non-cursive writing, semi-cursive writing, and calligraphic writing. When they try to change their writing in these forms, we try to find which characteristics are stable.
Natural variation?
Sir, can you please speak a little bit loud? I'm not able to hear.
Heard about natural variations?
Yes, sir. So we try to control a lot of natural variations and the external factors.
Okay, so one more thing I want to ask you.
Yes,
how
sir.
How these findings can improve forensic handwriting examination?
So, like when an expert try to establish a relation, he can be aware that which characteristics can be studied and which characteristics can be avoided. It will save the time of the expert rather than going like characteristics like connecting strokes or registration marks, because these characteristics can be simply they can be changed. They can be varied easily when the person tries to change. If a person goes to the other characteristics like page margins, they can be little reliable for establishing authorship of a person.
Do you have used any kind of tool, or you have done it by manual?
Sir, we have done manual analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
A very good afternoon. It was
Thank
a
you.
it
Good
was a very
afternoon, sir.
informative very informative presentation. My first
Thank you.
question is that you have used random sampling in your research.
Yes,
Can I
sir.
know what was the pool of the people from which you have selected the 20 people? You have mentioned you have taken 20 people. Out of
Yes,
how many
sir.
people you have randomly selected these 20 people?
So I took all samples from Rashtriya Raksha University. I randomly selected people. Like I went into classes and I have requested people who are accepted my request. I have selected them for my
Okay,
research.
you have requested them, and then whoever agreed, you have selected them. So
Yes, sir.
that would be your purposive sampling, not the random
So
sampling.
I would requested people who are accepted. I've selected from them randomly, not 20%. Like I've selected 40 students. In them, I have selected 20 students randomly.
Then that would be snowball sampling. That would again not be the random sampling. The random sampling is when you are having, for suppose you are having 100 people. Out of them, you have selected 20 only randomly. That would be the random sampling. But because you have selected the sample that have accepted your request, and out of those you have selected the student that you like to research on, so that would be either your quota or the snowball sampling. Either one of them. That would
Okay, sir.
not be the random sampling.
Okay, sir.
And then the next thing is that you have done the natural variation, the manual, the you have done the examination through the manual mode only. You have
Yes,
done
sir.
it manually. How many people have done it? Is it a single examiner or there were multiple examiners?
So other than me, there is one more examiner who has
Okay.
done this study.
Okay, two people have done it.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And when you have shown us the statistical table, the graph,
Yes, sir.
you have mentioned four values: 100, 75, 25, and 0.
Yes, sir.
For suppose there is one criteria, that is the pen lift. You have
Yes, sir.
mentioned 100, 75, 25, 0. How did you came up with this value, 100,
Sir,
75?
we have compared them with, we have four different forms of writing. We have compared them with the original form. If they are similar, then we are giving value. If not, they are similar, we are giving a 0 value.
Okay, if
So
they are similar, you are giving them 100 value. If they are not similar, you are giving them 0
0
value.
value.
And what about this 20, 75, and 25?
Sir, those values came after taking the average of those values. Like I've taken 4 and I've given the values, and after taking average of those 4 values, I got a 0, 25, 75, 100.
You have taken 100 and 0 only in the initial.
Initially I've taken 100 and 0 for each variation, and from I calculated the average of 4 variations. So
Then
from that 0, 25, 75, and 100 values have came.
you have taken 100 and 0, and then how the average can came up to 75 and 25?
So a few values came to 0, few values came 100, and when I take the average 200 by 4, then we will get a 50 as an average.
So you have not mentioned 50, you have mentioned 75 or 25.
Now, when you go for if 3 values are present and 4th value is absent, then the average will be by 300 by 4. Then the average will become 75.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Like
Thank you
for
very much.
one variation, it is 50. So I thought you were asking about that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. The next one to present is code OPON FPHY01. I repeat the code OPON FPHY01.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. You can please turn your camera on.
Yeah, sure.
To lastly, I performed discriminant analysis to differentiate between males and females. by using the hand measurements that I took. It was found that the average hand breadth, left hand breadth, and the average palm length were a strong predictors to identify and categorize individuals into both the genders. The model that I used showed a classification accuracy of about 85.7%, and gender group centroids were specifically
for that matter. So it would be a good phytoremediation technique if we grew these plants which would hyperaccumulate the heavy metals. So that's
Okay. So is um, which part of these three plants
soil texture, all those things. And the primary goal is to assess the limitations of these traditional soil analysis, and also to make a digital soil data bank, so that we can really fasten the investigation process, and also what are the future developments that we could make in these things. Ma'am, next slides. So for the analysis of the things that I mentioned above, we have taken all these methodologies from soil testing manual by Rajan Kumar Bassett sir. So these are the methodologies that we are taken up. So for sample collection, as the protocol mentions, we use the shovel and then the basic things. And then for color analysis, we use Munsell color chart, and texture analysis was a sieve method. And ma'am, next slide. Yeah, for the particle density analysis, also we use the sieve method, but using a measuring cylinder. And then moisture content analysis by drying method, we used a normal oven. And then for pH analysis, the potentiometer, and also we did for a pH paper also. Ma'am, next slide. And for the salinity analysis, we use the TDS meter, which is electrical conductivity meter, that is available in the market for the soil analysis for agriculture and everything. And then the organic content analysis, we use muffle furnace, loss on ignition method. Ma'am, the next slide. So these are the collection sites that we collected the samples. Our samples were collected from the courtyards of students from our university itself, from 14 districts. And then these is the Munsell color chart analysis, the figure 2. So we checked for the dry sample as well as the wet sample. So these are the pictures. Next slide. This is for the figure 3 is for soil texture analysis. Figure 4, particle density. Figure 5, soil moisture content. And figure 6, pH. These are the pH papers. And then the next one, figure 7 is soil organic content, and figure 8 is soil salinity analysis. This is the TDS meter, by the way. And for the results, we made a report which shows all the things that we have done till now. It is all the analysis reports. Ma'am, the next one. So for the result part, all the things showed different variations across different regions.
Interferes with plant hormones, leading to stunted growth, developmental issues. Since from the mid 20th century, research on heavy metal toxicity in plants has been increased, focusing on metal uptake, transportation, and detoxification. So the three main objective of this study was to understand the impact of elevated metal concentration of plant growth, development, overall health, aims to quantify metal uptake and distribution of cadmium, and to examine cadmium accumulation in different parts of the plant. Soil sample was collected from HA, Bengaluru, and Crosanda infundibulliformis seeds were chosen were purchased online, and due to their acclimatization to soil conditions and their highly sensitive to heavy metal exposure, making them useful for cadmium studies. And cadmium chloride was purchased from Future Lab in pure state. Safety precautions were followed during handling these chemicals. Soil samples were carefully collected and stored in sterile plastic containers. And these were the materials required for the research. Next slide. So the soil was tested for major and micronutrients before the beginning of the experiment by the Department of Horticulture Biocenter, and these were the amount of each metals found to be. So pot and cadmium solution preparation, 3 pots were chosen and soil was added, and around 3 to 4 seeds were sown per pot to enhance growth parameters and to reduce crowding effect in the plant. So the control did not receive any cadmium chloride solution, only distilled water was used to water it, and the treatment groups received 100 ppm and 200 ppm of cadmium chloride solution. After inducing the cadmium chloride solution, the pots were left to germinate under ideal conditions, such as light temperature, humidity. Regular watering was done to maintain soil moisture level. Next slide. And once the plants were grown, it was used for acid digestion. 1 gram of plant sample, stem and leaf was weighed separately, and initially 2 ml of distilled water was added to facilitate grinding into a fine paste, and then additionally 3 ml of distilled water was added to ensure homogenization. Then this extract was transferred into a pre-labeled EP bottle for subsequent analysis. And then for acid digestion, homogeneous solution of nitric acid and hydrogen peroxide was used in the ratio of 5:1, and this mixture was heated on a hot plate at 95 degrees Celsius within a few more, and this solution was allowed to reduce to its half. And once it was done, a plant extract was added or introduced into the mixture. This combined solution was then further heated until complete digestion occurred, resulting in the formation of a straw-colored liquid, indicating the breakdown of plant material. And this digested liquid was then cooled at room temperature, and then it was filtered using bottom filter paper to remove any solid particles. Then the filter was diluted with 15 ml of distilled water and stored for future analysis. And then soil sample preparation for acid digestion. The soil where 1 gram of soil was off from the treated plants was used. It was weighed 1 gram and then dissolved in 10 ml of nitric acid, and it was kept undisturbed for 24 hours. And then this nitric soaked samples were filtered and heated on a hot plate. 5 ml of perchloric acid was added, and then it was heated until it reduced to its half volume from the original. And then it was cooled and filtered and made it up to 15 ml using distilled water, and all the samples were subjected to AAS. Next slide. The first objective was to understand the elevated metal concentration in plant growth, development, overall health. This was done by monitoring plant over a period of time. After 1 year, germination was consistent in the untreated control pot. However, no significant changes were observed in the treated pots. By the second week, other seeds also began germinating slowly. 15 ml of distilled water was used to water each pot. And then after 4 weeks, all the seeds had germinated and it are developing leaves. During this initial phase, the plants showed no visible sign of stress or disease. By 8th week, noticeable differences emerged among the treated plants. The plants which were exposed to cadmium exhibited a chlorosis, that is yellowing of leaves, and it also developed few leaves withered and died. Some leaves also developed dark spots, indicating possible toxicity effects, while indicating that cadmium exposure does not only hinder seed germination or early plant development, but it adversely affects plant health in later stages of growth. These observed symptoms highlight the toxicity of elevated cadmium concentration in the plant physiology. These were the different plants grown control: 100 ppm treated plant and 200 ppm treated plant. This is the leaves of 200 ppm treated plant. It developed it was yellow, and there were also spots. And this is the difference in leaf color control: 100 and 200 ppm. So all these samples were subjected to AS. Shimadzu AA6880 atomic spectrophotometry was used to measure cadmium concentration in the sample. The principle involved that the cadmium atoms absorbing light at specific wavelength from the cadmium lamp. The samples were atomized at 200 to 2000 to 2500 degrees Celsius in a controlled environment, and the light absorbed was directly proportional to the cadmium concentration in the sample. These were the cadmium chloride concentration found in the plants, leaf and stem. Next slide. So based on the atomic absorption spectrum photometry results, it was found that the cadmium concentration in the control sample was strikingly low, as about 0.0047 ppm. It indicates that cadmium occurs minimally in untreated conditions. In 100 ppm, it showed an increase in cadmium concentration in within stem and also leaf and in the soil as well. But in 200 ppm treated plant, the stem was the highest accumulated part, showing 0.6231 ppm, while leaf and soil recorded at 0.5 and 0.5 ppm respectively. This elevated concentration in plant tissue indicates the capacity of these plants to absorb cadmium depending on the increasing concentration in the soil. However, soil cadmium content between 100 and 200 ppm was consistent, implying that the soil might have been saturated or it was not bioavailable because of the increased concentration. This is the graphical representation of the treated and then accumulation in the various parts of the plant. Statistical analysis, correlation, and regression was done. Next slide. Correlation was done to see if there is a relation between the treatment and the cadmium concentration in the plant. This indicates a very positive correlation, as the Pearson's correlation coefficient is 0.962. This is much lesser than 0.05, so it indicates the correlation between treatment and cadmium concentration is highly significant. Regression was performed to examine the relation between dependent and independent variable. Here, cadmium concentration is dependent and independent is the sample type or the treatment. Here also, 96 the value interpretation is 0.926. Here it means that 92.6% of the variability in the cadmium concentration in the ppm is explained by the changes in the treatment level. The remaining 7.4% variability is due to other factors which are not included. So it is very high. So indicating that it is an excellent fit for the linear regression model to the data. It shows that treatment levels strongly influence cadmium concentration in Chrysanthera.
paper. That is, for example, the prop powder effectively developed sharp bridge details. However, slight smudging was there. Then also it was a pretty good method. Then the next one, for stability analysis. The stability of the synthesized prop powder was tested under 3 different conditions over a period of 56 days to evaluate performance and preserving fingerprint details. Conditions tested was, first one was dark and safe condition, second one was cold storage under 4 degrees Celsius, then environment exposure, that is sunlight, dust and humidity exposed condition. The dark and safer storage showed best preservation and rich clarity and contrast with minimal degradation after 56 days. The cold condition maintained clear rich details with only slight dimming over time. Environmental exposed sample significantly degradation was observed due to external environmental factors leading to reduced visibility and rich patterns over time.
Loss, we can lose the time, ma'am, which can mislead the investigation as well. So that is why my focus was on the preliminary test for checking the reliability.
Can you name any confirmatory test for these type of samples?
Leukomycite green test is there, ma'am, for the blood detection test, as well as you can use for the tools such as spectroscopy or the DNA. They can go for the DNA analysis, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Talking about the confirmatory test, can you tell about there are some crystalline tests for the blood analysis? So what are their names?
There is a Teichmann test, which is also called as hematine crystal test, sir, which can be used for the analysis of confirmatory, which is a confirmatory test for the blood detection.
Okay, and if I'm in a crime scene and I want to spot the blood stain, but I do not have the reagent for your phenolphthalein and benzidine test. So what are the other method I can use?
There are the alternate light sources which can also be used for the detection of blood, which are like UV lights, which can be used for the detection of the blood, sir, at the crime scene.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. As we have come to the conclusion of this session, I take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to all the presenters for their insightful contributions, which have added immense value to this academic discourse. A special note of appreciation goes to our esteemed chairpersons for their time, expertise, and valuable guidance throughout this session. Your presence and insights have truly elevated the discussions. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
On behalf of ICAFS 2025, I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, technical team, and all participants for their unwavering support in making this session a success. With this, we conclude the oral presentations. You can leave the session.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best for the participant.
And the dust condition.
So did you take seasons into consideration?
Sorry?
Did you take all the seasons into consideration?
Actually,
Summer, winter, and rainy.
It was quite only rainy season was avoided. Rest everything was taken.
Okay, or what was the time period for that?
It was 56 days, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anurag sir, please.
All right, thank you. Can you repeat your topic again?
Topic is advanced latent fingerprint visualization utilizing chemically synthesized probe in the powder dusting method.
Okay, so here you invented new powder.
Actually, yeah.
Okay, so we have lots of invention works going on in India on fingerprint powder. Great. So as Dr. Sharma mentioned, the only reason is that you all should keep in mind while working on any new powder that there are some factors which affect the functionality and the visualization of the fingerprints. They are the temperature, environmental conditions, adherence to the constraints of the fingerprints. All right. So I hope that you have considered everything in your work. If not,
Yes,
then you should keep in mind while working on the next topic. Okay. Okay. All
yes,
the best.
conditions and my lab.
All right. Good. That's all from my side.
Oh, thank you.
As we come to the conclusion of this session, I take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to all the presenters for their insightful contributions, which have added immense value to this academic discourse. A special note of appreciation goes to our esteemed chairpersons for their time, expertise, and valuable guidelines throughout the session. Your presence and insights have truly elevated the discussions. Thank you, sirs. On behalf of ICAFS 2025, I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, technical team, and all participants for their unwavering support in making this session a success. With this, we conclude the oral presentation session. Now, I would like to request all the presenters and the chairpersons to kindly turn on the camera for a group photo capturing. Thank you, everyone. Now you can leave the meeting.